This is the 42nd meeting of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. I'd like to remind colleagues that today's meeting is webcast and will be available through the House of Commons website. The committee meeting today is because of a request that was received by myself and the clerk by 4 members of the committee pursuant to Standing Order 1064 to discuss the request to undertake a study of members' expenses related to data sciences and NGP van. Now, given the ongoing restrictions here in the province of Ontario and on the House of Commons, the recommendations of health authorities, I'd like to remind members that there is a 2-meter physical distancing requirement. Masks must be maintained when circulating throughout the rooms, and proper hand hygiene is encouraged, as well as hand sanitizer being available here in the room. As chair, I will be enforcing those measures. I'd like to ensure that members, if they have any requests in terms of these requirements, please let myself or the clerk know. I thank you all for your cooperation. I do see that I have a speaking list that's starting to develop. Mr. Barrett, I see you've indicated, followed by Mr. Carey. Mr. Barrett, I'll turn to you.
Thanks very much, Chair. So the reasons for the 1064 letter that you referenced that has us here today speak to some concerning revelations that have been reported in media, specifically the Globe and Mail, that deal with contracts between Data Sciences, which is a company that was founded by an individual named Tom Pitfield. This individual is a personal, lifelong friend of the Prime Minister, who is a member of the Liberal caucus. This individual is also a senior Liberal campaign strategist, and that organization, Data Sciences, has been an integral part, as publicly reported, of the Liberal Party of Canada's electoral campaigns and their voter contact database, known as Liberalist. So it helps with things like digital engagement for its campaigns, and further, NGP Van is a company the Liberal Party of Canada licenses to run their political database. NGP Van and Data Sciences are reported by the folks who've been contacted by the Globe and Mail to do the same thing. And we've seen the contract between Liberal members and that have signed, and with NGP Van, and we know that Data Sciences is being contracted by Liberal members. The rationale for the contract with Data Sciences, once given by the company, is that it provides technical support for the services provided by NGP Van. The problem with that is that the contract that was published in the Globe and Mail details the service level agreement, including technical support for their own software, which raises the question, what is Data Sciences doing for the Liberal members? What are they getting from this contract? When asked, some members of the Liberal caucus, they responded, and I'll refer to a June 21st Globe and Mail article, and it was titled, "Liberal MPs' Budgets Pay Same Firms That Help Run Parties' Digital Campaigns." The article reads in part, Mr. Easter, the member for Malpeque, was unable to explain what Data Sciences did for his office in managing social media. Quote, "I do my own," he said. Quote, "I quite honestly don't know what Data Sciences does," quote, he added. Liberal MP John McKay also said he had no idea why money from his office budget was going to Mr. Pitfield's company. Quote, "I haven't got a clue," he said. Quote, "I can't explain it. I vaguely recall once a year we write a check, and it's always been explained that it is within the ethical guidelines, so we all kind of sign up for it, and it goes into some oblivion," end quote. So the concern as it relates to this committee, Chair, is that this places some members of the government, of the Liberal caucus, in a conflict of interest based on their relationship with Mr. Pitfield. We have individuals who have personal friendships with public office holders. They're then given contracts by those public office holders. And what's more is those individuals, in this case, a minister, is in a position to direct or coordinate other members to retain those services for the purposes that the members are unclear about. So certainly in the context of our fiduciary responsibility in managing the funds that are entrusted to us as members in the exercise of our role as members of Parliament and in dispensing funds from what we know as our MOB, our members' budget, it's important that we first of all understand why we're retaining the services of others. And I think it's important for Canadians to understand that when signing contracts, that's not something a member can delegate. Members have to personally sign and authorize those contracts. So there needs to be an understanding and certainly a basic awareness of what that contract is for. That's exercising a basic fiduciary responsibility. And when there is all of this context of those personal relationships, of that connection to a political organization, and when in these contracts, it's very clear that there's an exclusivity, that the company will only deal with members of one political affiliation, in this case, Liberal members, it raises all kinds of questions. The functionality of the software also raises questions about being able to engage in very specific voter related activities. So it's for those reasons that we initiated the call for this meeting, and it's very important when there seems to be an inevitable election coming this summer. And I welcome the Prime Minister to prove the speculators wrong on that, because now is not the time for an election. I think it's important that we understand whether or not there has been taxpayer money from members' budgets being used to subsidize the political operations of a political party in Canada. That's very important that we know that there's been no misappropriation of that money, and that we understand that there's been no conflicts of interest in members' exercise of their duties, in ministers' exercise of their duties, and that's what brings us here today. So with that said, Chair, I'd like to move the following motion: that pursuant to Standing Order 1083, sub H, sub 7, and in light of recent media reports, the committee undertake a study on conflicts of interest relating to taxpayer-funded contracts with Data Sciences, Inc., and that the committee do invite Mr. Tom Pitfield to appear and testify before the committee at a time and date of the chair's choosing and no later than 7 days following the adoption of this motion. Mr. Chair, that motion is available in both official languages, in paper format, and it's been provided in electronic format to the clerk. So whatever your comfort or members' comfort is with receiving that in paper. And once that's been distributed, I just have a few final comments before other members speak to or against the motion.
Point of order, Chair.
Recognizing point of order, Ms. Shanahan.
Yes, can we have some time out then to study the motion, since it's the first time that the committee is seeing it?
Well, what we'll do
10
is
minutes?
we will circulate it, and then so I will suspend the meeting until such time it's been circulated. I'm not sure that it'll be a full 10 minutes, but it will allow for members to at least read it before debate. But I believe that Mr. Barrett had some comments, so it will allow members to read through that as well during that period of time. So we'll now suspend for just a moment. Mr. Dong?
I believe, I don't know if it's working, I believe it's the order that once a member move a motion, he can no longer, he pretty much lose the floor, and the floor is ceded to the next speaker.
Mr. Barrett did not cede the floor. He did make it clear that he was circulating to allow for him to speak to the motion. If it's the member's desire, we can continue and not suspend, if that's more helpful for members. I think that there's a difference of opinion.
Is Mr. Barrett officially moving the motion?
He's moving a motion, and he has some, I guess, some comments that he's made it clear that he has some comments with regards to the motion.
He hasn't done moving the motion. That's part of the moving the motion process. Okay, got it.
So we will suspend until such time as it's circulated. Meeting suspended. I believe that the copies have been circulated. Mr. Barrett, will turn to you.
Chair, just with respect to the concerns of a conflict of interest, and this is something that's been discussed in the last year. Certainly, the appearance of a conflict of interest, but we need to be, of course, cognizant of actual conflicts of interest as well, and Mr. Pitfield's personal relationship and the question that it raises, as I initially identified, there is that relationship with the Prime Minister, but there's also a relationship with other ministers of the Crown as well, Minister Miller, Minister O'Regan, and the connection to the Liberal Party is as close as you could get, because at the time these contracts were initially signed, Mr. Pitfield was married to the then Liberal Party of Canada president. The Prime Minister's principal secretary at the time, also a personal friend, Mr. Butt's a personal friend of Mr. Pitfield. And so these close relationships when awarding a contract, and we talk about the magnitude of the two contracts, whether it's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars, we are responsible for ensuring that not only do we spend the money wisely so that we can serve our constituents with those members' office budgets, but also we need to make sure that we're not undermining the public's confidence in what we do here and also how we got here. As I mentioned before, the context of an election, when you look at, if members of a party are taking the funds from those office budgets to help subsidize the political operations of a political party that's ultimately going to be the same banner that they run under in the next election, well, that's going to give Canadians, it's going to give rise to concern about the independence, about the confidence that they can have in their elected officials and in their public institutions. So it's that perception, but also that real conflict when we have those close relationships, and also the dynamic of when the whip, the party whip, as reported in the newspaper, is the one coordinating or directing members to all procure the same service provider. Members aren't given a whole lot of leeway. The party whip has one job, and it's to get people to do what the government wants them to do. The whip assigns committee roles. The whip assigns your seat in the chamber. And certainly, if things aren't going well with the party whip, you're not going to find yourself on the front bench or serving as a parliamentary secretary or a committee chair if they're in a position as the first or second party in the House. And so it's certainly concerning that it creates the perfect storm for conflict when you have those personal relationships with members at the cabinet table. You have a member at the cabinet table directing or coordinating other members to all procure the services of this individual and their company. And then what is that company actually doing? Is there a benefit for service? Well, that remains unclear. We have two Liberal members saying they have no idea what the services are for. And then the response from the company as to what they're doing, what service, or from the Liberal Research Bureau, what the company is doing for them. Well, the members, those very same members, have also signed a contract for a company that's providing the identical service in terms of technical support as NGP Van is for them. So that's the crux of the matter here. I do think that this is something that we can deal with rather expeditiously. I think that we can address this issue if it is if it's simply miscommunication of lack of information. Perhaps members today will be able to enlighten us as to exactly what this contract does in their office. That might go a long way, might shorten the length of time that we would need to devote to this. Perhaps we could, if Mr. Pitfield were available, if this motion passes, we could dispense with this matter before the end of the week. I know folks have traveled to Ottawa, and we could get this done over a couple quick meetings after today. And I think that would go a long way to reassuring Canadians about what's happening in their democratic institutions on the eve of an election. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a speaking list that's developed here. Mr. Carey, Mr. Bulreese, and then Ms. Shanahan. So we'll go to Mr. Carey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank Mr. Barrett for bringing this up. This really speaks to the fundamental transparency of our electoral system. And I'm extremely concerned when I read about this in the Globe and Mail, Mr. Chair, especially now, as we are waiting towards a unnecessary election. Canadians deserve to know where their money's going. It's very clear that Mr. Pitfield is a partisan actor here. He did the work for the Liberal Party in the 2015, the 2019 political campaigns, and my understanding is he's going to be doing the same thing again. However, he is being paid by Liberal members, their operating budgets. And as Mr. Barrett pointed out, And what many Canadians don't understand, Mr. Chair, our operating budgets are for our constituents. So in my office, we look after seniors, we look after veterans, we look after people who are looking for benefits, immigration, and to have their taxpayers' dollars, especially during this pandemic, going for partisan purposes, this is something that concerns everyone because it does speak to the fundamental transparency of our system. What's extremely disturbing to me is it appears that the connection here, Mr. Chair, these are more liberal insiders. In other words, here's Mr. Pitfield, who is one of the Prime Minister's best friends. Like, let's just talk about this relationship here. He grew up with him. Their fathers were best friends. He went to that illegal vacation with the Prime Minister and his wife, who was the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada. And then we find out through the media that these secret agreements, these contracts, even Liberal MPs don't even know what his company is doing. And we have a copy of the contract of the company that is supposed to be doing it, NGP Van. And we've found out there was a centralized campaign that was steered by the party whip. And Mr. Barrett clearly pointed out, and I don't think Canadians realize who the party whip is. The party whip is the guy who has the whip. He tells you about discipline, what to do, what not to do. And when he presents a contract to members to sign, as the Globe and Mail reported, 97% of Liberal MPs signed the thing. And I just wonder what kind of pressure that would be for me as a member of Parliament if my whip came up and said, sign this. Because our functions here on the House, everything is determined by the whip's office. Whether we're sitting on a certain committee, whether we're the influence to become a minister or parliamentary secretary. Mr. Chair, the pressure on members of Parliament would be enormous. And I just look at which members of Parliament didn't sign and what they're doing right now. It'll be interesting as we investigate this further, but the government has been asked these questions, Mr. Chair, and they haven't been forthcoming. And the situation we're in right now is pre-election. We see the Prime Minister going out spending taxpayers' money left, right, and center. And as I said, for members and their operating budgets, this is for our constituents. So this is something that was organized through a minister's office, the whip directive to other ministers, to members of Parliament. And if this is true, Mr. Chair, a conflict of interest has occurred. Liberal ministers, the relationship with the company, forcing contracts to be signed between members of Parliament and a personal friend of the Prime Minister for services that apparently are being covered by another company, is an outrageous abuse of our privileges here, Mr. Chair. So this is something that, as Mr. Barrett says, if there's just a miscommunication here, I think Canadians deserve to know where their tax dollars are going. And with the history of this Prime Minister, we need to get to the bottom of it as quickly as possible.
Mr. Boulouris.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We in the NDP were also disturbed to learn about this. The Liberal caucus is spending some of its parliamentary funding to a business called Data Sciences, which manages a database called Liberalist. This database, Liberalist, is also managed by a company called NGP Van. NGP Van receives funding from the Liberal Party of Canada to manage this database. So there's a lot of ambiguity here, a lot of gray area, and we are rightly asking questions. Are Liberals using parliamentary funding to manage a database for partisan purposes? Moreover, Data Sciences is owned by Tom Pitfield, a personal friend of the Prime Minister. We're having some déjà vu here. Liberals helping friends of the Liberal Party. Liberals who don't really hesitate to use public money to help their friends. We've seen this before. We need to get to the bottom of this. We cannot leave any stone unturned. I agree that Mr. Pitfield should testify before the committee. We have questions to ask of him, but we don't want this to become a partisan circus. We don't want it to get too dramatic. Thus, we feel that it would be appropriate to have one committee meeting for 2 hours, one meeting with Mr. Pitfield in order to ask him the questions we wish to ask of him and to get some clarification. This would help reassure Canadians and reassure Parliament about what has occurred. So we agree with the motion before us, but we would like to specify that it be one meeting, 1 2-hour meeting. We think that's plenty of time to get to the bottom of this. We don't want to really overdo it because when the committee meets, that also uses public money. So our bottom line is that we want 1 2-hour meeting with Mr. Pitfield.
You will turn to Mrs. Shanahan.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. It is lovely to see everyone here in person. I find, though, that there's not a lot of energy in the room here, and I'm wondering why. Mr. Barrett, he speaks with a lot of passion about many topics, usually, but here, I don't know, there's not a lot of energy, there's not a lot of passion, and maybe it's because, in this case, there's not much going on. What is the main question here? Data sciences. What work are they doing for us? I personally know full well what they do for me and for my office. They offer technical support. And perhaps my colleagues will agree with me, Mr. Boulris, for example, Ms. Gaudreau, when it comes to software, especially English language software, it's very difficult to get technical support in French. So that's what this is about. Data Sciences is a Canadian firm with bilingual employees. They offer services in both languages. And I've looked at the bills, and it's been technical support. For example, $150 here, $150 there, about $150 a month for technical support. They help me, and especially they help my Francophone employees. An American firm can't offer French language services. And of course, they offer English language services too. It's a Canadian firm, Data Sciences. So why are we here today? We all know why we're here today. We all know why our colleagues from a certain party wouldn't want to let a whole summer go by without having this kind of meeting. So, you know, this is a fake scandal. It seems that my colleagues are really trying to engineer a fake scandal at all costs, really digging one up. Now, yes, Mr. Trudeau may have known Mr. Pitfield as a child. okay, they were buddies, and then some of our colleagues say, oh, wow, he's friends with the Prime Minister. Well, we really need to dig into this. But this is deja vu. We've seen this before in committee. We brought witnesses before this committee who, in fact, hadn't even the slightest connection with anyone in the Liberal Party, yet they were dragged here before the committee and really attacked, yet they were just average people. For example, the owners of Speaker Spotlight. Oh, it hurt me to see that. It hurt me to be in committee and to listen to the questions that were asked of those witnesses. What was their crime? They were just doing business, hiring people, organizing conferences, but oh, the fact that they should have any connection with the Prime Minister made it such that they were really dragged through the mud here. Mr. Speaker, or Chair, in fact, I'm waiting for apologies from some members of this committee. The chair at the time did so, and that was good, but I'm still waiting for some apologies here. I have so many things to say. I do respect and recognize the fact that there were media reports about the collection and use of data, political party data, that is. That's a topic of interest to us as parliamentarians, but not in this committee, because in fact, that is usually the purview of PROC or BOY. Those are usually the two committees which deal with political party operations. This committee, though, has the purview to deal with public office holders. That is, those who hold ministerial positions or other office roles. So, you know, it's not up to us to look into what happens in Mr. Gould's office or my office. That's not this committee's role. And I'd like to ask the clerk to give us a summary or a reminder, in fact, of the mandate of this committee. Mr. Boulris, you have a lot of experience. You know exactly what I'm talking about here with regard to the mandates of various committees and why committees are given mandates. They're given mandates for a reason. There's a purpose to it. We deal with four commissioners who have mandates, and when there are studies or investigations about, for example, private data or spending. What's the fourth? Access to information. Exactly. So we have commissioners with responsibilities. The information we're looking at today from media reports, it's not just about Liberals. It's not just about poor Mr. Pitfield, who has the misfortune of knowing Justin Trudeau or being his friend. It's apparently a misfortune. The Conservatives are also mentioned in these reports. The Conservatives have their own system. It's not paid for by the House, but there are individuals who are not necessarily voters, but you know, I'd like to know a little bit more about the Conservative system. It seems really interesting. And you know what, Mr. Barrett? 10 years ago, I made a donation to the Conservative Party. I donated $50 in Jim Flaherty's time. Jim Flaherty, who was working on financial education and all that. And you know what? I am still receiving emails from members about their A1. So I donated to a political party, and then I receive emails from constituency offices. Isn't that something? So maybe we should study this. Maybe we should study the conservative system. When it comes to what we have here about the Liberal Party, these two contracts, VG and NDP, but these two contracts, we've had them for a long time. It's not new. Let me just find my papers here. I can't remember the name. It's NGP Van Inc., right? So they run the software, but we've been interacting with them for a long time. And yes, that company manages Liberalist, the database, but there is a firewall. And that's standard practice because they have many clients. If ever a political party wanted to do business with us or to do business with that company, that would be fine. Our colleague, the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, what a lovely constituency name, by the way. It is lovely. But the colleague is really trying, digging for names of business people who support the Liberal Party. And that's not a crime. We all have our political stripe. We want Canadians to be civically minded, to participate in democracy. That's what democracy is all about. But now, all of a sudden, a company isn't allowed to do business with the Liberal Party at all. Mr. Barrett is against that. It's a real witch hunt, once again. We've done this before. The Ethics Commissioner produced a report, the results of which were perhaps not exactly what the members across might have wanted. Not the results they were hoping for. I'd like to repeat that I would appreciate it if the clerk could remind us of this committee's mandate, as well as the mandate of the Board of Internal Economy. In fact, I have a little excerpt of it here. Not all of it, but just a little excerpt. Now, when it comes to this committee's mandate, the committee has access to this committee, access to information and ethics, studies the administration and functioning of the Information Commissioner in his operational and spending plans, as well as tabling reports to this effect, as well as studying the efficiency and productivity of the Commissioner and the presentation and tabling of reports, as well as studying the functioning of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, as well as his operations and spending, as well as reports to that effect, as well as overseeing the Lobbying Commissioner, as well as his operational and spending activities and reports to that effect. Next, overseeing the Commissioner of Lobbying, of Ethics, all the four commissioners for the responsibilities they have under the Parliament of Canada Act as relates to office holders and the Access to Information and Privacy Act. Any member can be sent to the committee. And the very famous point 6, with other committees, this committee is charged with studying all bills which relate to federal laws which have an effect on access to information, the privacy of Canadians, or ethics of public office holders. The committee is also tasked with proposing projects and initiatives related to protection of privacy and private information for all Canadians, as well as promoting the oversight and ongoing assessment of said projects and initiatives. The committee is also tasked with studying whatever the House may send its way. It's clear that we oversee the work of the 4 commissioners. We've also studied, for example, the safety of personal information and the safety of new technologies. The Board of Internal Economy here at Parliament studies issues which are more political or partisan in nature. For instance, members' spending. We've seen instances of this, of MPs who misspent their funding, their members' office budget. They were thus called to testify before Boy, and they had to answer questions, and sometimes members have had to pay fines. We know that the Board of Internal Economy has members from each recognized party. The Board of Internal Economy manages or oversees the activities of members of Parliament. You know, the fact that we're here right now, we all want to take some time this summer to relax with our families, with our loved ones. Now we can even go out a little. It's so lovely. I was able to do some activities with NGOs. They were able to hire students. Things are going well. We are in our constituencies, working with our constituents. The purpose of any software is for us to know who needs consultations. Or for instance, now I'm consulting some partners and some organizations who work with persons with disabilities. That's why we need this type of software to be aware of our partners, of important consultations. And I hope no one here will be opposed to the fact that this data, the database, is available in French as well. I think we all agree that it's hugely important to have that sort of bilingual technical support available. Mr. Chair, you know, once we get going, once we start talking, sometimes we feel like we could talk forever. I could go on for so long, but I will stop here.
The following amendment. Whereas Section 52.6 of the Parliament of Canada Act states that in relation to the boy, the board has the exclusive authority to determine whether any previous, current, or proposed use by a member of the House of Commons of any funds, goods, services, or premises made available to that member for the carrying out of parliamentary functions is or was proper, given the discharge of the parliamentary functions of members of the House of Commons, including whether any such use is or was proper, having regard to the intent and purpose of the bylaws made under subsection 52.5, brackets 1, I move that the motion be amended after the words, that, to add, quotation, the issue of contracts related to data sciences be referred to the BOY, that the issue of the SIMS system, which facilitates partisan election-related actions, to be taken from constituency offices and Parliament Hill offices to determine if they are in compliance with the rules set out by the board, also be referred to the BOY. Et je l'ai seulement en anglais, donc je peux vous...
I only have it in English. I can send it to you.
Mrs. Shanahan, if you could have that sent over to the clerk and then it can be circulated, I will review it then. Members, we'll suspend for a couple of minutes then until such
Point
time
d'ordre,
as-
Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Boulris,
Point d'ordre.
point of order.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Mr. Boulris. This Liberal document is only in English. Is there a French version? Because if not, we can't receive it.
Donc, on
Answer. Normally, we send our documents to be translated. I apologize that this one is only in English. If you give us a moment, we can also table it in committee in French. It's text that comes from a book here.
It would be helpful if you would supply it to the clerk in both official languages.
Okay,
It will make
excellent.
it much faster, as has been our
excellent.
experience. We'll suspend until such time as it has been distributed in both official languages. Meeting suspended. meeting back to order. The amendment has been circulated. The amendment would insert the text that was sent by Ms. Shanahan between the words "that" and "pursuant." So it would be based on the amendment. It would be added to the amendment that Mr. Barrett had proposed, and so that is the amendment. So I as the chair, I'm in a little bit of a conflicted position in that I don't know that it's out of order for us to do this, but it is not done, and committees don't tell other committees, and don't have the power to tell other committees what to do, and so we are restricted. But this amendment, based on the way that it has been proposed, would simply be an addition to the motion and the instruction that Mr. Barrett's motion would provide, and so it would effectively make a simultaneous or a concurrence of investigations by two separate committees. If in fact Boyd took up the recommendation, we aren't able to instruct other committees what to do. So I do have a speaking order on this. We have Mr. Barrett, Ms. Latanzio, Mr. Fergus, and Mr. Carey, Madame Goudreau. Recognizing a point of order.
Sorry, Chair. Just on that, it would be removing. So my amendment would be removing everything afterwards. It is a request that it be moved. That it would be that.
That wasn't what was submitted.
Okay.
So we'll move to. Would you like to withdraw your amendment?
No.
Okay. So we will debate the amendment as it has been proposed. Mr. Barrett.
Point of order.
Recognizing point of order, Mr. McKenna.
Can you then just read the motion, the amendment and the motion as it would be amended?
I believe you have it all sent to you, but effectively what it would do is Ms. Shanahan's amendment would, as it prescribes, would it be inserted after the words "that" of Mr. Barrett's motion. So after the words "that," Ms. Shanahan's amendment would be inserted as per her instructions. Mr. Barrett.
Well, Chair, just on the same point of order, before you recognize me in the speaking order.
Recognizing on a point of order,
Mr.
Barrett.
So the amendment that seems to deviate from the scope of the original motion. It seems to me that referring it to another committee and including other elements that are not included in the original motion, that are not part of members' disclosures because they are not paid for by members' office budgets. It seems that we've really gone off track here from the original motion. So I'm not sure, Chair, if you can give us a definitive ruling if you're ruling this motion in order, because I just think based on that I question whether or not it's within the scope of the original motion.
Point of order.
Recognizing the point of order, Ms. Latanzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm understanding what my colleague has just said, but I think that the interventions that were made here this morning, and I think that the original motion of my colleague speaks to the fact of, in light of recent media reports. Well, media reports, if we base ourselves on the various articles of the Globe and Mail, have reported not just the ones that are pertinent to what my colleague is putting into his motion, but we've spoken about the Sims, and we've spoken about Populous, and we've spoken about other data that have been used by all various parties. So I think on that point, Mr. Chair, the amendment of my colleague, Ms. Shanahan, is very much on point because you make reference to in light of recent media reports on this issue. And the issue is with regards to, if I'm understanding correctly, Mr. Barrett, is to use, data, constituency data for, for political purposes. And I think that the participants this morning have referred to these media reports, and I think that that's why you came up with this motion. So, in all fairness, Mr. Chair, I think the amendment is very pertinent.
Recognizing Mr. Carey on the same point of order.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to this point of order, Mr. Chair. Just what I'm concerned about is we've seen this tactic before by the Liberals where they'd like to talk out an issue that they really don't want to address. I'm concerned because the amendment is, in my viewpoint, ridiculous. To be sending, she mentioned Sims in her statement, my colleague mentioned taxpayers' dollars versus partisan dollars. It seems the Liberals have no idea the difference between them. The Sims is, it's not taxpayers' dollars. The original motion that we're talking about, Mr. Chair, is the Liberal Party using members' operating budget dollars, taxpayers' dollars, to fund partisan activities. That's what we're talking about. The scope of her amendment is entirely beyond the scope of anything that we would be doing here. Even I would admit or submit that for the Board of Internal Economy wouldn't even be looking at it because they look after members' operating budgets. They don't look after partisan activities at all. So, Mr. Chair, I think we're going to be ending up talking this out because the Liberals just don't want to deal with this issue again, and I'm worried about a cover-up.
On the point of order, gentlemen, Mr. Fergus.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think on the point of order raised by my colleague, Dr. Carey, I would just like to make sure that we understand that everyone understands that Sims is paid for by the party to be used for partisan purposes. The real issue is that Sims is also being used by Constituent and Hill staff who are paid with taxpayers' dollars, and therefore who pays for the actual database is not relevant. It's that the staff who are paid by taxpayers' dollars are doing partisan work by using that partisan database from their offices or from their equipment, which is also used by paid for by taxpayer dollars. Therefore, Mr. Chair, that's the reason I'm just clarifying that for Mr. Carey. Dr. Carey.
It seems that we've gotten into a point of debate at this point. What I believe the point of order was Ms. Shanahan's originally, and she was making a point of order with regards to if or not it would be inserted or if it would be replacing. I have ruled that based on how she's submitted it, it would be inserting between the words that and pursuant. And so this would be an addition. And so it is not common and it is something that actually is impossible for one committee to tell another committee what to do. But I am going to allow, this amendment to be voted on by the committee members to determine if or not they appreciate our instruction. If in fact it passes, that's up to them. But I think it'd probably be best to move to a vote on the amendment if the committee would allow for that, and then we can get on with either debate on the amended motion or on the original motion. So we'll move to a vote unless members want to. Did members? We still have a speaking list. Okay, so we'll go back to the speaking list on the amendment. I'm getting different signals. Some that don't want to go to.
Point of order. Before we vote, I'd like things to be clear so that we're all on the same page.
The debate right now is on the amendment, just on the amendment, not on the motion, but on the amendment of Ms. Shanahan. So if members want to speak to that, I do have a list of members. Mr. Barrett.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. So let me go back to some of the remarks that Ms. Shanahan made, and in calling this a fake scandal. And I wonder where we've heard before the Liberals say that the story in the Globe and Mail is false. Well, of course we know that that came directly from Prime Minister Trudeau when they laid out the case that ultimately saw him found guilty for a second time of breaking ethics laws. So that's the commentary that we get from the Liberals when they say that they don't believe that the story, they don't believe the Globe and Mail reporting. It's as close to fake news, calling it fake news as we might get, but they called it a fake scandal. Well, that's certainly their purview. I mean, I wonder if Mr. Easter, who's quoted in that original article, if he's getting real bang for his buck with that French language translation service, if he's really digging deep with that. And I wonder if all of the dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of Liberal members are availing themselves of that. We have seen before that the Liberals will procure the services of a company that is completely unable to fulfill their obligations in service of French-speaking Canadians. We saw that with the WE scandal. And they said there's only one company in the world that can deliver on the CSSG for us, and it's this WE group. But we're going to need...
Is this on a point
on
a point of order?
No, this is we're on the speaking list. We're on the debate.
On the amendment.
On the amendment. Mr. Barrett.
Well, I'm glad that we have Mr. McKinnon joining our show already in progress. Welcome to the committee, Mr. McKinnon. And yes, you may not have had the opportunity to hear all of the outrageous claims that were made by your colleagues on why the WE organization was selected to deliver a program that they couldn't possibly deliver on, and that's why the government had to sub out French language services if they were to deliver the CSSG in Quebec. So we have a real pattern here that the Liberals say that yep, we've got this great service provider, but they can only do half the job. They can't serve French language constituents. So we're going to pay somebody else to deliver on that service as well. Ms. Shanahan also talked about the committee's ability to handle this, and the standing orders are very clear. It's very clear under 108(3)(h)(7), quote, the proposing, promoting, monitoring, and assessing of initiatives which relate to access to information and privacy across all sectors of Canadian society and to ethical standards relating to public office holders, end quote. So this is quite clearly within the mandate of our committee, and I'm sure that they'd like to talk about lots of other things like what Conservatives do. So if we're going to talk about what we do in our offices, I'm glad that we brought it up, because I'm happy to tell the members of the committee that my office, we use a program called Civic Track. We don't use any other software. So I'd be very interested to hear about their data management practices. So you've heard mine, and you can see that disclosure, and you can talk and you can talk to my you can talk to my staff. In fact, some are here. So if we wanted to get this underway today, I'd be happy to have my staff talk to the committee about how we exercise our function and how we are appropriately stewarding taxpayer dollars. I've got a lot of questions about what's happening on the other side of the table. And so that's why it's so important that we hear from Mr. Pitfield. This is a red herring, this amendment that we have from the Liberals. This is a red herring. They want us to chase this amendment and run out the clock. We're here to deal with something. We can deal with it very quickly. As Mr. Boularice suggested, I would be very happy to support an amendment to the main motion that would see us meet for 2 hours. I think once we've dispensed with this, I'd be pleased to deal with that. If the intention is that members want to add all of the parties' data management softwares and all the independent service providers that they use and give the Board of Internal Economy lots of work to do over the summer, I guess that would be up to BOIE if they wanted to take up the task. But let's talk about what this committee can do. And this committee today can decide to deal with this issue. And I think it's very serious when we have a potential conflict of interest and we have a Minister of the Crown directing other members on how to spend their office budget. And those members, no idea. They have no idea how it works. So let's not fall for any parlor tricks today. Let's instead focus on what we're here to discuss, and that's taxpayer dollars being spent on a contract that's very problematic for the Liberals. So let's deal with that. And once we've dealt with the amendment that's on the floor, Mr. Chair, I'd be pleased to move an amendment to the motion in support of Mr. Boulerice's suggestion that we deal with this expeditiously, potentially even concluding that this week.
Okay, I'm going to continue down the speaking list. If members don't want to speak to the amendment but would like to speak to something else, just indicate that they're no longer desiring to speak. But Madame Latanzio, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So formally, I'd like to say hello to my colleagues who I haven't seen in person in a while, and it feels good to see each and every one of you here today. I'm not exactly why we're here, Mr. Chair. For the past few weeks since the House has...
Madame Latanzio, we are speaking to the amendment.
Yes.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if you weren't sure what we were discussing. Yeah, we are discussing
the amendment.
To the amendment. Okay,
yeah.
Very good.
Thank you. So I'm not sure why we are here today, and I'm going to get to the amendment. I think most of us, are busy in our constituency offices, meeting our constituency, doing our work. And so, having sat on this committee, albeit, new member, I've seen what has transpired in the last year and the witch hunt that have been brought about time and time again. And, we are essentially using taxpayers' dollars to be able to, go into these witch hunts. But not even that. We are conducting or we have mandated this committee to, conduct investigations that are concurrent with other committees. And so talk about a waste of time and talk about a waste of taxpayers' money. So we've seen these attempts time and time again from the member of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, while the government is focused on, delivering the vaccine and helping Canadians recover from this pandemic. However, since we are here today and we have, many times over the course of the past year, meeting solely in service of the conservative ambitions, what clearly makes this time different than the last is the clear-cut fact that this committee doesn't even have the jurisdiction to investigate what Mr. Barrett is bringing forward. He spoke to a few minutes ago, and I heard him, he quoted the article of the, what our mandate to access information privacy and ethics, which is, the paragraph H7, I believe. And I'm going to read it again for the benefit of our members here today. And it says, the proposing, promoting, monitoring, and assessing of initiatives which relate to access to information and privacy across all sectors of Canadian society and to ethical standards relating to public office holders. In reading his motion, he wants to have Mr. Pitfield here present. Mr. Pitfield is not a public office holder. So it's become quite clear what road we are heading, we are embarking ourselves on, and this is basically not to fulfill the mandate of this committee, but to go on to yet again another witch hunt. Our committees are neither investigative or judicial bodies. You cannot simply call this committee together and propose to study any political witch hunt on a whim because it happens to be politically self-serving, a self-serving issue of the day. This place is governed by rules and statutes that were constituted when this place first began sitting as a Parliament of Canada and established a long-running traditions by which we operate today. The amendment proposed by my colleague, and I won't read it because she has, I think, is the appropriate forum where this issue, if there is an issue, because again, if I'm reading the motion, it states quite clearly that, almost makes an allegation that there is a conflict of interest. So it makes that allegation without even having any basis for it. But I think that, that committee, the amendment would allow for that body to be able to investigate and do its work and look at, not just the Liberal data base that it's using, but also look at the SIMS. If we are to be transparent, in the words of my colleague, Dr. Carey, we need to be transparent, then let's be transparent and let's do it, with the other softwares being used. Now, anyone reading this section of the Act proposed by my colleague can clearly deduce that the Board of Internal Economy retains complete discretion to determine how members use parliamentary resources. There is no mention here of any other parliamentary committee in that section. And in fact, it has been an accepted fact for long that the board can handle these types of matters. So I'm a little bit confused, Mr. Chair, as to where my colleague and his colleagues seem to think that we have the jurisdiction to even investigate this matter. The Board of Internal Economy itself, as we know it, is comprised of members of all recognized parties, and it is they who set out the rules and regulations by which we conduct ourselves. As it relates to how members discharge public funds they are entrusted with, the board has compiled the members' allowance and service manual, which lays out very clearly how we are to conduct ourselves as members in regards to our budgets and how organizations like our Research Bureau, WIP's office, and the House Leaders' offices should also conduct business with public funds. The rules and guidelines laid out in the member service manuals are very clear about how we should conduct ourselves in expending public funds. And I believe that each and every member in the House, and indeed around this table, strives to ensure that they follow the rules as laid out in the said manual. In the past, when disputes have arisen out about the use of funds within our budget, these matters are taken up by the BOI and handled accordingly. So I think we have to ask ourselves, what is different about this situation that we should diverge from past precedents in how these matters are handled? The truth is nothing. Nothing but the political opportunity that is present for the opposition. I think we can all agree that we are here today in service to the constituents who elected us to represent them. It is a humbling job, especially when you are first elected, such as myself. To know that you are responsible for advancing the best interest of your community, to make decisions that will affect your family, friends, and neighbors. As members of Parliament, we are required to help anyone in our community, no matter their political affiliation, whether they voted for us or not. Our service to our communities is to blind ourselves to partisan interests, and it should be so. And in our duties as members of Parliament, we are often required to help our constituents access the many resources of the federal government and triage the issues that arise out of that assistance. I think we can all agree that with roughly more or less 70,000 constituents in each of our respective ridings, at minimum, keeping orderly track of casework and requests for assistance is essential to completing our work as members. All parties here freely admit that we maintain a constituent management systems to help us track requests for assistance from constituents and ensure that we are able to provide all necessary assistance and follow up afterwards to ensure that casework has been handled to the constituents' satisfaction. Operating, a constituents management database is there to help us organize case files and track the progress of constituency issues or constituent issues to ensure that they are followed up and completed properly. It is not out of the ordinary, nor is it inappropriate. It is an expected part of our job as parliamentarians. Nor is it out there for the ordinary parties to operate their constituent management databases on similar software to their electoral databases, Frankly, it makes sense. Members and staff are already familiar with electoral databases. And by basing constituents management databases off the same user experience, it enables members and staff to quickly access and operate a user-friendly and familiar system. The important distinction here is the presence of a complete firewall between these databases. That's what's important here. To ensure that the information collected in an official capacity are not mixed with partisan database. Our caucus maintains the highest standards in this regard and has been noted while we work with our contractors that manage our databases to ensure that there is no crossover between the two. We are not the only party that operates this way. Both the NDP and Conservatives do the same. The NDP openly admitted this last week in a Globe and Mail article, and I'll be more specific, on July 9th, and by a member that also sits on this committee. And it's been a well-known fact that well over 15 years now that the Conservatives' CIMS database operates in a similar capacity as well. And I'd like to quote the member in the Globe and Mail who said, forgive me, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that they are using it in a way that would actually contravene rules. It would have to be established that they are turning constituency data over for political purposes. Every political party has a data wing and a constituency wing. The member from the NDP also said his party also uses database provider Populous for political and campaign work, and a different version from the same company for constituency casework. There is a pretty clear firewall between the two services. We are not, so I find it, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, so I find it very disingenuous all of a sudden that the Conservative members of this committee have decided that there is something inappropriate or nefarious with members tracing casework with constituency and constituents, especially when they do it themselves. And Mrs. Shanahan has given you an example how she's been contacted time and time again for a donation that she's made many, many moons ago by a C1. And therefore, the question is risen as to who's doing what and who's using what database. So I think, Mr. Chair, in the words of my colleague, Mr. Carey, this morning, yeah, let's be transparent. Let's examine everything. But this committee does not have the mandate to do so. And I think it's appropriate that it be sent to Boy. Thank you.
Mr. Fergus.
Et merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Puis j'aimerais tout d'abord remercier ma collègue de Montréal pour son intervention bien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague from Montreal for her very well thought out remarks regarding this matter. She made many very relevant and helpful comments about this matter, Mr. Chair. We are faced with a situation here in which, in fact, all political parties use databases, and that is totally appropriate. It is important that we use databases for constituency outreach. It helps us know who contacted us, why they contacted us. Is it a first contact or a second? It's absolutely normal functioning, normal operations. Mr. Chair, all political parties also have partisan activities. And use databases to keep track of their interactions with constituents. So there are two very distinct uses of databases. Using databases for partisan reasons and then using databases for constituency outreach, and we need to keep a clear firewall between the two. The term firewall is used, and it's just the perfect term to describe the separation between the two. And it works very well. Earlier, I read the comment made by my NDP colleague from Ontario, and he said the exact same thing, that these are databases which are in fact used for two totally different purposes, and there is no overlap. And Mr. Chair, I'm rather familiar with this because in a former life, I was National Director of the Liberal Party of Canada. I was, in fact, the one who researched different companies and signed the contract with NGP Van. I'm proud of that, of the work that we did with them, because it represented a lot of modernization for the Liberal Party. Prior to that, we had all our data on paper. Finding data we needed was like finding a needle in a haystack. So I'm really proud that we transformed to a digital system which offers a lot more possibilities and options. And the system we use, it has an exceptional track record because it enables us to very clearly separate different data streams or data purposes. The firewall is essential. If we use a system or work with a company that doesn't have a firewall, well, our reputation could be affected. This system is not just in Canada, it's very established and used in the United States widely as well. And I predict that the Conservatives will say that their system is better than ours. What's it called? What did Mr. Barrett say it was? Civic Track or Soft Choice? Something like that, I believe. It's only me who uses that. Oh, okay. So those are your systems in your office. So I wonder about the Conservative system. I would imagine that they're proud of their system. I would imagine that the NDP is proud of their system, the populist system. That's great. You know, though, Mr. Chair, here's what worries me. Miss Latancio already said it, is that this is essentially a witch hunt. Mr. Barrett claims to be very reasonable, that there will be 1 2-hour meeting with witnesses. Well, we've heard that before many times over the past 15 months, because once we have one meeting with some witnesses, then the Conservatives start bringing other names to the table and calling for more studies and more witness testimony. So you'll excuse me if I'm hesitant to get into all this.
Alors, Monsieur le Président.
Been there, done that. We've been down this road before. Mr. Chair, even if you disagree with me, there is, in fact, one thing that's very clear. That is the responsibilities and mandate of this committee versus those of the Board of Internal Economy. I won't repeat what my colleagues have said, but they clearly enumerated the tasks and responsibilities of this committee. They also clearly reminded us that there is a committee which looks into the activities and spending of members' offices. And that committee is the Board of Internal Economy. The Board of Internal Economy. no expenditure that is not considered valid may be authorized for reimbursement. All spending, in other words, must be approved by the Board of Internal Economy. And when there are mistakes or when there's misuse, there are consequences. In the past, the Board of Internal Economy has enforced some pretty steep consequences. The committee does so for Canadians, so that Canadians may rest assured that parliamentary spending, that is, in this case, the spending of members of parliament, so that Canadians may be assured that this spending is proper. Mr. Chair, it is crystal clear that the Board of Internal Economy has exclusive responsibility for something. In 52.6, paragraph 1, the Board of Internal Economy has the exclusive authority to make decisions about the regularity of past, present, or anticipated use of funding, goods, services at their disposal in the exercise of their parliamentary duties. Notably, that it be in the spirit of administrative regulations under the paragraph that I'm citing. So, Mr. Chair, the Board of Internal Economy is the committee that should be dealing with such matters. My colleague, Ms. Shanahan's amendment says that, yes, we are, in fact, ready to support, to go along with Mr. Barrett's idea. That is to say that an article was published in the media. There were some articles. Mr. Barrett has just raised his fingers to clarify that there were 4 articles in the news. Well, 3 of these 4 articles wrote about the systems used by the Liberal Party of Canada, the Conservative Party of Canada, and the system used by the New Democratic Party of Canada. Meanwhile, Mr. Barrett, his motion, unfortunately, seems to target one and only one political party. Ms. Shanahan said that we should broaden the scope, that we should look into not only the Liberal system and operations, but the systems used by official opposition as well. Because now that we are talking about these issues, which are of interest to Canadians and relevant to Canadians, well, it might bear looking into with a broader scope for all parties. I hope that our colleagues from other parties will give us the opportunity to refer this matter to the Board of Internal Economy, such that they might conduct a study. It is a House of Commons committee. They will look into the matter, if seized with it, and then report to all members of the House of Commons, informing them of the results of their study. That is why I, personally, would support such a study with a broader scope. Mr. Chair, we should not just use the original motion, because if we were to do so, we would be falling into the same trap that we've fallen into in the recent past. Mr. Chair, you have traveled from rather far away in order to chair this committee in person. I'm grateful to all colleagues who are members of this committee and who traveled in order to attend this meeting in person. We don't want to be wasting time. We have to say things as they are. We have to be clear and speak clearly. We need to make sure that everything is being done appropriately. We must do things the right way. That's why the committee who has this matter under its purview should be seized with the matter. And the committee I'm referring to is not ours, but rather the Board of Internal Economy. Mr. Chair, I highly doubt that if we don't support the sub-amendment, and if we just support the amendment, the motion unamended, well, if we just, if we just take the motion as is, I'll bet you any sum of money, any sum at all, that we'll have one witness and then, the witness has mentioned the name of another individual. Then a motion to compel that witness to testify, and then that witness will name another name who will become a witness, and so on and so forth and so round. Been there, done that in the recent past. And it wasn't so successful. It wasn't so productive. So let's move on to something else. We need to work productively and efficiently. We need to maximize our time, our energy, our work, our efforts. That's why, Mr. Chair, it is essential that we support the sub-amendment. In doing so, we would be referring the matter to the group that is best placed to look into it. Mr. Carey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank colleagues again for coming together to address this extremely important matter that seems to be getting convoluted again by the Liberals. Mr. Chair, we can be very clear here. This is about allegations that a Minister of the Crown was directing a contract involving taxpayers' funds to advance the interest of the Liberal Party of Canada and the minister's partisan interest. That's what this is about. I think everybody around here understands the Board of Internal Economy and what it does, but maybe people listening in don't. The Board of Internal Economy has no jurisdiction to rule on a conflict of interest on a minister. And frankly, it works on consensus building, and we know that if the Liberals get their way here, they would just shut it down there, just as they're trying to shut down this committee today. This is very straightforward, Mr. Chair. As Mr. Barrett said, he is very open to Mr. Buller's very reasonable time frame, 1 meeting, 2 hours. That doesn't seem to be out of the ordinary. What really bothers me again is you hear the Liberal members saying, oh, well, if we hear something that is suspicious here, the opposition is going to want to call another witness or this or that. Of course, Mr. Chair, that's our job. That's why Canadians have us here. We are going into an election campaign where the Liberals are going out this summer. We know they don't want to be here. They want to be out there. They want to be handing out money here, handing out money there, just big smiles everywhere. They don't want to be talking about corruption and ethical issues again, where we have a prime minister with Mr. Pitfield, for heaven's sakes, was on that illegal vacation that he took. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want Canadians to be even be thinking about this. So, Mr. Chair, I don't want to talk too long on here. I opened up. I explained what this is about. I think I explained what the Liberals are trying to do again, to filibuster, to keep this from getting out. And the more they push back, the more I'm concerned about it, Mr. Chair, frankly. And I think we do have to make sure that Canadians understand that a conflict of interest and a minister, when these questions are being asked, it's our job as opposition MPs to be very reasonably. We're not asking people to spend the entire summer here. Just 2 hours to get to some very simple answers that, if it's going to be open and transparent, those answers will come quite quickly. So I think, Mr. Chair, we got about 10 minutes, and I think the meeting's going to be talked out. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Dong.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I don't want to spend a lot of time talking, so I think Mr. Barrett spoke about 8 to 10 minutes. So give me a signal at 8-minute mark. I'll wrap up. I don't want to speak more than my opposition members. Speaker, I've been listening respectfully and carefully to all members of this committee today, and what Ms. Shanahan said in her opening remarks before she moved the motion, I thought that was very important. It's the mandate of this committee. The mandate of this committee. And if we are questioning whether or not certain, we're not just talking about a few members. We're talking about the entire Liberal caucus MPs being accused of their integrity, performing jobs, in their capacity as a public elected member. I think we should look at what's the process, what's the code of conduct, and those are under the scope of Board of Internal Economy, and whether or not the members have obeyed these code of conduct or not, I think is their job. Now, I understand that you said, the committees don't have mandate or don't have the power to tell another committee to do what they need to do, but simply, I'm sure that there are Conservative members on the Board of Internal Economy, and they can, according to the result of today's debate, they can move a motion over there to start an investigation. I think that's much better than than having a debate here, because we are making a lot of assumptions that members are using public taxpayers' dollars to somehow do partisan stuff. But what is in the scope of this committee is privacy, and that could be expanded to the privacy of our constituents, and I think that needs to be looked at. I've heard, members from the Conservative Party saying that, they don't use public dollar to fund this kind of system. Somehow, I'm very interested to know how these systems are being paid for, and how information of constituents are being used. I know on this side, from Mr. Lattanzio, said that there's a very effective firewall being built between individuals' data, between what's being being accessed from the MP's office, their constituents' information, privacy is very important. And I made it very clear to my staff in my office. Speaking of wasting taxpayer dollars, I just want to remind the committee and the public who are watching, I've been here since day one of the 43rd Parliament at this committee, and we've only completed 2 studies, to my recollection. We Charity and Pornhub. That's public taxpayer-funded fishing expedition. The We Charity study and investigation was a parallel investigation with an officer of the House. The Integrity Commission had an investigation. So I want to point out the fact that this meeting is not scheduled. It's not a regular meeting. It's a special meeting being called, and we see all the supportive staff and all the wonderful translators and clerk being here. It's all on taxpayers' dollars, and I have to question the efficiency of our committee. Now, Mr. Barrett, in his debate on the amendment, mentioned that he's quite happy and to be in front of the committee, talk about the practice of his office, and I applaud his transparency and, quite honestly, bravery, because sitting in front of a committee and disclosing information and which we all know it's to the public is not the easiest thing to do. But I have to point out just a quick research that the company he mentioned, Civic Track, which he uses, they are a software provider which is owned by Momentum BPO Inc., whose president is Matt Yeatman. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, but it's Yeatman, who have donated $12,556 to various conservative EDAs and campaigns between 2008 and 2019. And another public, according to the public record, another software company that he uses, as outlined in his expenditure report called SoftChoice, is owned by Vince Dupama, who has made multiple contributions, multiple $1,000 contributions donations to the Conservative Party. So I think there is merit to the amendment that if we're going to, and I said it before, I don't believe that this falls under the mandate of this committee. But if we are making assumptions that a lot of members don't know the rules and their integrity is being questioned, we should open up the questioning so we can improve the process, which leads to my final point. When I read the original motion, what I found is it's not typical, is that usually I see a motion that we will refer this to the House and require a response from the government, or require a response from, in this case, Board of Internal Economy. Whatever, we got to have some recommendation in the study. Otherwise, what's the point of the study? But I have not seen that, which makes me to question the timing of this study being proposed. And repeatedly, the Conservative member has talked about, at the eve of the election. I haven't heard a writ drop. What I know is there was a motion passing the House that all members saying that we don't want an election until it's safe. I haven't heard that call. But they wanted to deal with this expeditiously. You know what that means to me? They want to pull a fast one. They want to pull a fast one against the Liberal members at the eve of the election, Mr. Chair, to gain partisan advantage. That's what they're doing here.
Point of order, Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chair, from a parliamentary language standpoint, pulling a fast one, I think everybody around the table here knows that the Liberals want to refer to the Board of Internal Economy because there are 5 Liberal members over there. There's the chair. All have paid Pitfield taxpayers' dollars for these services.
We are getting into a debate, but
I find that unparliamentary. We're just doing our job.
I encourage Mr. Dong to maintain parliamentary language during his debate.
Thank you, Chair. And like I said, I haven't seen the signal, so I probably haven't hit the 8-minute mark, but I'll wrap up soon.
signaling.
Oh, you know how time. Okay, thank you, Chair. But I appreciate the break. But you know what? That was my final point. You know what I see here today is the Conservatives try to create something out of nothing, again on taxpayers' back. You know, I just want to remind everybody that every minute we spend here, you know, it's quite a privilege to me. But at the same time, I'm very mindful that the supportive work that is required for this committee. So with that, I will see the floor. I hope that I hear that the Conservative member, Mr. Barrett, is willing to support the amendment and say that we're transparent, we're clean.
No,
we're
I don't
happy
support
to-
the amendment.
Oh, sorry. I thought that you were willing to testify in front of the committee. Therefore, you're willing to support the amendment. But
No.
you see how
Hey,
how
colleagues,
assumptions do
direct
not work
direct your
out
comments
to
through
be
the
truth.
chair, Mr. Dong. Or were you finished, or
I'm about to wrap.
Okay.
You see how assumptions can sometimes be misinterpreted, and I interpret certainly that Mr. Barrow would be willing to support the amendment. But to all my opposition colleagues, I hope that you will consider to support the amendment. That if we're indeed doing a service at this committee to Canadians to make sure that members don't perform are performing according to standards, and why don't we open up to all? Why are we only focusing the Liberal members? And I take great offense because the We Charity study, you can say that you target the leader of the or the prime minister, their family, you know, the private companies and civil servants, and that's what now. This motion, I think the original intent is to target Liberal MPs, incumbents, in your words, at the eve of the election. Thank you, Chair.
thank you, Mr. Boularice.
Oui. Monsieur le Président, je remarque que les collègues...
Mr. Chair, the Liberal colleagues, they say that they want to make good use of our time, and yet they speak for long bouts of time. We don't have much time left. The amendment moved by Ms. Shanahan is interesting. I support it in general. The BRI, BOI, that is, can be a very useful tool. But I think the amendment might be premature. Let's come back then to the original motion. Let's hear witnesses, hear what they have to say, and then, if it's necessary to refer the matter to BOI, then we will, and with just cause. Now we're told that there is no overlap in data use, that all the data is being used properly. But let's hear the witness and not get ahead of ourselves. It would really be to get ahead of ourselves to refer this to BOI before hearing the witness.
We're going to, Mrs. Shanahan, you've got the floor again.
Did Madame Gaudreau have her?
Had you?
No. Je passe justement.
I give the floor to Ms. Gaudreau, and then I'd like to speak after her. Mr. Chair, it is now 1 o'clock. So, are we going to continue the meeting for a while? Because I have some suggestions to make.
I'm not sensing that anybody wants to end the meeting yet. I mean, there may be a desire to end it once a certain number of things, but there seems to be an inclination to continue to grow the speaking list. And so I have the obligation to allow for members to continue to speak until they no longer want to speak. And so I do have Mrs. Shanahan and Mr. McKinnon on the speaking list. Madame Gaudreau, Mr. Fergus apparently wants to get back on the speaking list.
Non, juste, il semble que la traduction ne fonctionne pas.
Pardon me?
Madame Gaudreau. Peut-être vous pouvez vous...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Mr. Fergus, on the point of order.
Point of order, or just notice that Madame Gaudreau had said that she wasn't receiving translation. Perhaps you could repeat yourself so that she can understand what you
Oh,
had just said.
excusez-moi. Let's hope that we can get the translation going. Right now, I do have a growing speaking list. And so members are indicating that they continue to want to speak. And so my obligation is to allow for members to speak. So I don't know when we'll be done. I think it's it'll be left to members' discretion as to when they want to allow for the votes to happen. And then when we move to, when there's nobody that wants to speak, then we'll move to adjournment. I do currently have Mrs. Shanahan, Mr. McKinnon on the list. Madame Goudreau is on the list as a third speaker. And unless Madame Shanahan was saying that she would prefer Madame Goudreau go first.
No. I'll say a few words then.
Very good. So we'll continue on the speaking list. Mr. Shanahan.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. Very able quarterbacking here with the group we have before us. We are missing one person here, and so in the spirit of invoking, Ethics Committee and all its glory and so on, I just want to quote Mr. Angus, who was interviewed for that Globe and Mail article, and I think that will bring a little bit more raison d'etre to why we think it's appropriate for this to be transferred to the Board of Internal Economy. Mr. Angus said when he was asked that he's not convinced that the Liberals are abusing spending rules, which is nice to hear from Mr. Angus. But he goes on to say, I am not sure they are using it in a way that would actually contravene rules. It would have to be established that they are turning constituency data over for political purposes. Every political party has a data wing and a constituency wing, he said. And I think that is the key, is the fact that the data itself, as we have learned in other studies, is an important resource. So not only is it an issue whether we use a House device or premises or Hill staff or constituency staff, the fact that the data that is collected in the course of our day-to-day constituency work can be used and turned over to the political party in question for use for election purposes is of deep concern, I think, to any member of this parliament. And that is why I think Mr. Angus, in his always very insightful way, gets to the heart of the issue, which is that there is the constituency work that we do day to day, very important, contact, policy, casework. We all know what we do and our staff does every day, and that needs to be managed with what we each have between 70,000 and 120,000 constituents. So I don't know about you, even though I'm more of a paper person, that needs software to handle that, and it's certainly well within the budget of any member to have software, and it makes sense to have software. Not each single member ordering software, that's expensive. No, you order one software that works for all members of a group, which in our parliamentary system are caucus groups, and that's what we have access to, and I'm certainly happy with that service that's provided. But it's a completely different thing when we're talking about election purposes, voter ID purposes, donor purposes, and so on. And that is where this precious data, personal data, and we know we deal with people's most personal data when we're talking about immigration files, when we're talking about passports, Revenue Canada, the myriad of things that we deal with in the constituent in the course of our constituent duties. That is important, but that should not, never, ever be mixed with election purpose data, which is what we do when we're on a campaign, which is we're identifying our supporters and we're going out to meet them. And that is the case with our software. We're not so sure it's the case with the privately paid for software used by the Conservative Party, which is run by Conservative donors, which have individual links with members and members of the leader's staff. we have a lot more that we can say about that, but in the interest of time, I'm going to leave it there, and I yield the floor to, I believe it's Mr. McKinnon. Thank you.
Mr. McKinnon. Actually, before we do this, we've been going for now a couple of hours. We're going to take a 7-minute break to allow for the staff a 7-minute break, and then we will call the meeting back to order. Meeting suspended.
enables us to serve our constituents. In fact, any software, any such software, which could be used for partisan reasons or the Liberal Party, that's what's being discussed.
The very insightful intervention of my friend Mr. Dong, who pointed out that the Conservative Party and Conservative members utilize software that is probably very similar, software furnished by an enterprise. And again, this is not to minimize their involvement. I think involvement in public life and supporting public institutions is a good thing, which, as an aside, makes me wonder why Mr. Barrett continues to engage in these activities. But donors of tens of thousands of dollars provide the very software that Mr. Barrett alluded to, that he confirmed and revealed to this committee that he uses in the course of his daily activities. And that software is provided by a company called Momentum, whose CEO has made tens of thousands of dollars of contributions to the Conservative Party of Canada and its various entities. Another provider that is confirmed in Mr. Barrett's proactive disclosure, SoftChoice, the president of that company is a donor to the Conservative Party of Canada on several occasions, including the Lisa Raitt leadership campaign. And that too has been, I think, pretty easily tracked down. So to take it to its logical extension, Mr. Barrett, who in this parliament, it must be said, Mr. Chair, has, you know, it's like he's dug a lot of dry holes. He's kind of like the Death Valley well driller. Not a lot of activity, Mr. Chair, a lot of moving around, but not much dug up there. And as an ethics critic, I think he's been shown to be...
Point of order, Mr. Barrett.
Chair, I was just wondering if Mr. McKinnon was talking about the finding of guilt for breaking ethics laws by the Liberal Finance Minister Bill Morneau, if that was one of those dry wells that he was talking about, where he broke ethics laws. So I just wasn't sure.
I think that's a point of debate, but there'll be opportunities, I think, for that. Mr. McKinnon, we are speaking to the amendment.
I think Mr. Barrett's shown himself to be pretty sensitive, and I understand that having worked so hard and being governed by such personal animus towards this government, its leader, and many of the members of it, that he would be frustrated that after 2 years that his efforts have yielded so little. But I digress, Mr. Chair.
Just on another point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Barrett.
I'm just wondering if Mr. McKinnon could quantify how many findings of guilt by the Ethics Commissioner under the Act and the Code for him would be substantive enough for the opposition ethics critic, or if one is okay?
I believe that this debate, but Mr. McKinnon will ask you to direct your comments through the chair as speaking to Ms. Shanahan.
I don't know what, Mr. Chair, has occurred to engender such extreme sensitivity on the part of the member. Mr. Brown...
Serial law breaking by Liberals.
Mr. Brown, his predecessor, engaged in no such activity, I would note. But, you know, Mr. Barrett is, of course, as we all are, free to exercise his prerogatives as a member of Parliament. So here we are today. Here we are in a committee room on Parliament Hill on something that I think I've just pretty clearly outlined is not within the competence or the scope of this committee's lines of inquiry, of something that I think, again, has been established pretty clearly is outside of the parameters of what Mr. Barrett should be preoccupied with. And I think something that is also very clearly, Mr. Chair, something that every party does in service of the members of Parliament that it has in Parliament, and in supplying technologies that equip us, help us, train us to serve our constituents in the most efficient and best manner possible. So as a result, Mr. Chair, I am perplexed as to why this mass mobilization of MPs on an emergency basis back to Ottawa during the month of July to again explore yet another of Mr. Barrett's fantasies, driven by his personal animus against the Prime Minister and against members of this government. I don't understand that, Mr. Chair. It is not becoming. It does not befit the honourable members of the House of Commons or of this committee to act in such ways. But if Mr. Barrett wishes to pursue this line of inquiry, then I think it only fair that we pursue the line of inquiry to its logical conclusion. And we examine those conservative donors, clearly very wealthy conservative donors because of their tens of thousands of dollars of contributions to the party. It's only fair that we examine links between the software they provide, and the possible population of Conservative Party databases. Madam Shanahan described her experience in trying at all costs to extricate herself from this web, this data trap that she's been in for the last 10 years. I think it would befit perhaps this committee and its line of inquiry to inquire as to how that could possibly occur. It may befit this committee and its line of inquiry to seek to ask the leader of Mr. Barrett's party about contracts using parliamentary funds that are let to members of his leadership campaign team, those people who volunteered, presumably, or maybe were compensated to work on Mr. O'Toole's leadership campaign and now find themselves to be contractors to the office of the Leader of the Opposition or the Conservative Resource Group, which of course are both entities which are funded with the tax dollars of hardworking Canadians. It may behoove us to look into those ties and those connections, because some of those people provide software consulting services or IT consulting services or the like. As you know, Mr. Chair, these things get a little fuzzy. But as far as we can tell, some people who were engaged in partisan software management, maybe for Mr. O'Toole's leadership campaign, maybe for the Conservative Party of Canada, are now providing consulting services, IT and database and other consulting services to a public entity, which is the Office of the Leader of the Opposition, or the Conservative Research Group. And that, of course, as well, I think may warrant the gaze, the prolonged gaze of the members of this committee, if we are to be logical and if we are to be consistent in applying the very rigorous tests that Mr. Barrett has laid out for the members of this committee. So, Mr. Chair, I think it's important that we remember all of these facts. I think it's important that we remember that what we're really doing here is indulging Mr. Barrett's personal animus and hatred for the Prime Minister, that of the Conservative Party. We're calling back members of Parliament from all over the country
Just a point of order,
to
Chair.
indulge that.
Recognizing point of order, Mr. Barrett.
Chair, I would say that Mr. McKinnon is invoking some highly inflammatory language with respect to his assumption about how I feel about another member of the House. While I couldn't agree less on matters of policy with Mr. Trudeau, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, I have never in this committee demonstrated anything other than a respectful tone, though members opposite may not like the questions that I asked. And I think that it does a disservice to all members of this committee and to Mr. McKinnon himself to inflame and use such inflammatory language. He's certainly entitled to his opinion, but that type of language, I don't believe, with respect to a characterization of how one member perceives another member, is appropriate in this venue.
I'd encourage Mr. McKinnon to work in a way that reflects not only our respect for one another, but also that actually addresses the issue at hand. Mr. Barrett was not involved, I don't think, in the drafting of Ms. Shanahan's amendment. That is currently what's up for debate. Mr. McKinnon, I'd suggest and ask you that you move to the debate with regards to the amendment.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et j'accepte évidemment de continuer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, of course, accept to continue debate on the amendment put forward by my colleague, Ms. Shanahan. I feel that it's a very constructive amendment which shows the committee the best way to proceed, that is, by referring this to BOE. And I can reread the amendment for Mr. Barrett if necessary. It's very clear that the authority to look into this matter, it belongs and rests exclusively with the Board of Internal Economy. I would welcome conservative members of this committee who seem to support Mr. Barrett and his personal agenda. I'd like to guarantee to all members that all Liberal contracts are signed because they meet the rules and regulations of the Parliament of Canada. Ms. Shanahan very clearly described the situation. That is total separation within the software that we use in order to serve our constituents. And the same separation and data division applies to any other software we may use. Mr. Chair, I thus conclude by saying that we do not support and will not support this witch hunt. In fact, we do not support today's meeting. This meeting would appear to basically be the fulfillment of Mr. Barrett and his colleagues' personal wishes and agendas. I welcome my colleagues from other parties to not join Mr. Barrett in these witch hunts that he likes to launch every once in a while. In fact, he's been doing so since the beginning of this legislature. And in fact, it makes all of Parliament and all parliamentarians look bad, this sort of behavior. I think it's very unflattering behavior. It's not a good look for Parliament and parliamentary institutions. We've seen this many times over. In fact, officers of Parliament and commissioners have shown so. On that, Mr. Chair, I conclude. I call upon you to support my colleague's amendment. And I hope that we can put an end to this conservative fishing expedition. Ms. Duclos. Are there any other speakers on the list?
Yes, there is. Madame Shanahan is
c'est correct.
on the list again.
Ms. Shanahan is on the list. Well, it is now 1:35. We've been here since 11 a.m. This is my first time speaking. And we have an audience. People are listening. In our ridings, we have activities, outreach. Our constituents see us in our ridings, but they also see the work that we do in Ottawa. What do we do in Ottawa, though? The wording here, well, there are some parts of the wording that we can't get an answer for. And that's why I supported my Conservative colleagues, because I had questions and I could not find answers to them. During the last parliamentary session, the recent one, I was often shocked by how much space there is for different interpretations. And I've always been told to really do my homework and due diligence to see whether things are accurate or inaccurate. But here's my perception. I don't think there's any issue. So I saw this motion and the notice of meeting, and I thought, wow, this is going to be a really clear-cut, straightforward meeting, in and out, and then we can go back to our ridings, to our constituents, who we barely get to see during the year. I thought that this would be really cut and dry, because the Liberal colleagues have nothing to fear, nothing to hide, right? What is the time in between two parliamentary sessions for, Mr. Chair? The House of Commons is open. The House's work continues in between sessions. What we're seeing here reminds me of what we've already experienced. I got my start in politics with all of you on this committee, hearing people speak for hours and hours and hours in order to kill time. And we hear the same words over and over. People say, we don't want to waste time while wasting time. Members say, we want to get to the bottom of this, of course, but we're not really going to do so. Why are things so complicated today? What's complicated here? All people, if they have nothing to hide, they should say, okay, fine, go ahead, look into it. But no, the Liberals perhaps feel threatened, and that's a defense mechanism. It's normal that if someone wants to know about you, you might have a defense mechanism. Now, we don't know what the future holds for us. In my agenda, I have written that we will be together in the House on September 20th. In the meantime, I don't want a repeat of last summer, and I'm pretty certain that none of you want that either. Because if we go down this road, you know, we could say, that's fine, we'll meet next week, and maybe there will be different proposals or suggestions, and that's fine. When it comes to trust and transparency, that is our committee's role. We are an oversight committee. All committees have their strength. And our role, our strengths, our authorities are very broad and important. And some may say that there are witch hunts or that we're looking for something where there's nothing to be found, but we do such important work. 95% or 95 Liberal MPs gave $30,000 to data scientists, and about $1 million were paid to NGP Van. So let's look into that. People need the truth. Canadians need the truth. So does Parliament. And the members across say that we shouldn't waste time because we want to see our constituents. Well, of course, we all want to see our constituents. I have a meeting with some constituents this afternoon. I don't want us to waste our time. I think that together we can get through this speaking list by 2 p.m. We have all said our piece. We have all said what we want to say. We basically could predict how people will vote. So let's vote on the sub-amendment. And then when we're ready, we'll vote on the amendment. Madam Clerk, you also deserve to enjoy your summer. So I think we should work really effectively, efficiently, and productively. All right, so what is the basic wording here? On September 20th, we may be in the House again, but let's not waste time here.
And I have you on the speaking list, followed by Mr. Fergus. Mrs. Shanahan.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Puis,
Thank you very much, Chair. I did not intend to take the floor. There is a reason why we're meeting here today. The Liberals did not request this meeting. We are here defending our view that this committee should not be looking into this because we've already seen this in other cases. There are commissioners to do this work. As for members themselves, the Board of Internal Economy looks into these matters. This is why I moved into my amendment. I think everyone here should be aware of something. Everyone should be aware that the Board of Internal Economy exists for a reason. It has representatives from all officially recognized parties. Some of its work is confidential. So political parties can talk at BOE. And we all have the same goal at the end of the day, which is to ensure that our democracy is based on a political party system. Members are not all independent, representing themselves and their areas. No. Constituents vote for political parties who have party goals and stances. In our political system, we don't vote directly for the Prime Minister. We vote for a member who is a member of a political party, hoping that the Prime Minister we want to be Prime Minister will then be Prime Minister. Now, sometimes leaders say that they don't want to become Prime Minister. For instance, the Bloc Québécois leader. So it's all very interesting to work at one level of government and then maybe go to another level of government and maybe even have the top job in Quebec. Why not, right? All parties use parliamentary resources. We all benefit from parliamentary resources, which are very important. Canadians need to know that we all have members' offices. Each and every one of you have 3, 4, 5 staffers. Some offices even have 10 staffers. Some have part-time staffers. Constituents would not like to know that employees, that staffers are doing work other than what they're supposed to do. That is constituency work, constituency casework, federal constituency work for federal matters. That's what taxpayer money is for. Point of order, Mr. Chair. That's all well and good, what my colleague is saying, but how does it relate to the amendment we're about to debate? What's the link there? Or is she going to conclude?
I think that's a point of order with regards to relevance. I was going to just encourage members. I know that there's been a fair bit of debate that have been outside the scope, and members are now having the floor for the multiple times. And so I would suggest that if they've run out of things to say on the amendment, that we go to a vote. And then if members want to speak to the amendment or the motion as amended or not, that might be the more appropriate time to continue on with these ongoing
En fait,
debates.
j'ai quand même
I do have another comment regarding the amendment.
on the
amendment, why the Board of Internal Economy is the place to discuss all of this using of Hill resources, and why parties have a great interest that be done in the Board of Internal Economy. But you know what? We could do it in public. On peut le faire en public. Parce que,
We can do it in public. Honestly, I have a lot of interesting comments to make. I hope Mr. Robert Fife is tuning in. If he wants some interesting material to write about, well, we can make it all public. We can talk about everything. I think this is the first time you're hearing me speak to this, or to speak in this way. Normally, I'm very peaceful. I sort of, follow the rules and keep my head down, do my work. But I think this is really excessive, like unnecessary. There are some members of this committee who feel empowered to use ETHI, to use this committee as their personal vehicle for making allegations and claims and compelling Canadians to come in and testify as witnesses. Not even politicians, but Canadians who participate in public life. And we don't want to deter people from participating in public life. This is not the Star Chamber, this committee. They have this Star Chamber in the United States, and I don't think that we necessarily want to go down that road. But if we do start looking into everything, we might find a lot of interesting things. I'll conclude there. We are, in fact, here to defend and uphold our traditions, our functioning, to ensure that Canadians trust their political system. The Board of Internal Economy does so in camera often, confidently, but if some members want to start looking into these matters here publicly, well, that would be opening Pandora's box, wouldn't it? So I will end by saying that there are other ways to solve this issue, this concern that some members have. And that's in my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Fergus, on the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I listened very attentively to my colleagues, especially Madame Gaudreau. I think I might have a way that can bring this to an end that would be of satisfaction to Mr. Barrett and other members of this committee. I was wondering if I could ask the chair for his indulgence for 2 minutes to have a 2-minute pause so that I could pursue this to see if there's support amongst all the parties for a way forward.
I'm not opposed to that. If there's no opposition to that, I will suspend the meeting for a period of 5 minutes. I'll give you an additional 3 minutes.
That's very
if you're
generous
able
of
to
you.
come up with a solution. I'll suspend for 5 minutes. Meeting suspended.
could we just allow the member of the NDP to also return to the?
I've gone a minute longer. I believe there's been somebody dispatched to collect Mr. Fergus. Fergus, the floor is yours. Yeah, the floor is Mr. Fergus's. Mr. Fergus.
All right, then, hoping that Mr. Boulris will come back. You'll forgive me, Mr. Chair. I will probably speak at length until he returns back into the room. If that's voilà. Alors, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chair, we've been debating for a good while now. I would really like for us to find a way to move forward together. Mr. Chair, I have a solution that I just came up with. I wrote it up. I don't have it in both official languages, but if you'll allow it, I'd like to propose something to you. Just give you the broad overview. Here is what I would suggest. If there is a collective will for Ms. Shanahan to withdraw her amendment, then we could move amendments to Mr. Barrett's motion. So I'll read what I've written here.
Je pense que je l'ai quelque part, ici. Oui, merci. Qu'on enlève...
That be withdrawn from Mr. Barrett's motion, the part where it says we would take out everything after media.
With the amendment currently. And so before we can move another amendment, we do have to dispose of the amendment. So what I'd like to do is, there's been a suggestion, I think, to have unanimous consent to withdraw. If Mrs. Shanahan desires to withdraw it.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to clarify the reasons why we would withdraw the motion. Are we withdrawing in order to amend Mr. Barrett's motion? Or rather, instead of saying a study on conflicts of interest relating to taxpayer-funded contracts with Data Sciences, Inc., and invite the witness to appear and testify, we would replace all that with to study the use of databases by each of the recognized political parties in the House of Commons in their parliamentary offices, in their riding offices, and within their parties. And that the committee do invite representatives of each party's version of a research office to appear and testify before the committee. With the same ending as Mr. Barrett's motion. And that the study be undertaken during a committee meeting. That's a general overview of what I propose. I understand that members from other parties are consulting their offices and their colleagues to determine whether they can support what I'm suggesting. But I do think that if we have a collective will to proceed in this fashion, we could do so quickly and then move forward. And then, as Ms. Gautreau suggested, we might be able to get out of here before 2 p.m. or soon.
Consent from all members for Ms. Shanahan to withdraw her motion. Is there unanimous consent to withdraw Ms. Shanahan's amendment. I do apologize, amendment.
Appel au règlement, Monsieur le Président. Est-ce qu'il y
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Could we ask members whether there is unanimous consent to proceed in the way that I suggested? Because if we go sort of item by item without agreeing on where we generally want to go, then I would feel a bit vulnerable.
Allow for debate on what is before the committee. Now, if committee members want to get assurances from their colleagues, that's fine to do privately. But in terms of the process now, in order for there to be an amendment to be debated here at the committee, to have a vote on that, we would require that this amendment is first disposed of either by a vote or by it being withdrawn. So we could proceed in this two different ways. We can either move to a vote on Ms. Shanahan's motion, and if it's defeated or passed for that matter, then there could be an additional amendment or a sub-amendment that could be brought forward. Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Chair, just to continue along that point, and I'm please forgive me for engaging in a debate with you, which is really not my intent. On at least two occasions at this committee, we have conducted sort of a straw poll so that everybody knew what we were getting into, and then with good faith we went forward on it. I think that's all I'm just trying to seek is a straw poll, if you would allow it, Mr. Chair, before we move on to the formal approach, which you are quite correct in requiring from the rest of us.
And that is specifically why I gave an additional 3 minutes, was so that we could suspend.
Agreed,
and members
but I know that people heard it, but they didn't have a chance to report back as to whether or not they can.
So I think that I'm hearing that there's members that still want to speak. If I'm limited by what I'm stipulated. I can allow for a vote if there's no additional speaker on Ms. Shanahan's amendment. We can move to a vote and determine the outcome from that. Or Ms. Shanahan can withdraw her motion, and there can be unanimous consent to do that. And I can seek that. So, I can proceed in two different ways. We can move to a vote. I think that there's a desire to get an indication one way or another. So we'll move to a vote if there's an appetite to do that. I think that that's what I'm getting signals, is that members would like to find a way forward, and so the vote is probably the best way to do that, and so that determinations can be then made how to proceed. So, Mr. Fergus.
Well, while you were talking, I was able to just do a quick little head nod. There doesn't seem to be consent from my colleagues on that. So the proposal, that straw proposal, and my effort to try to bring this to a close, I'm afraid seems to have failed. So I would withdraw even that proposal to try to come to a consensus.
Thank you, Mr. Fergus. We do still have some speakers on the list. We have Monsieur Gourde, followed by Ms. Latanzio. Monsieur Gourde.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been listening closely for 3 hours. This is a real issue, and I think it warrants that we take the time to talk about it. When I started in 2006, and I hope my colleagues are listening because I am speaking for them, to them right now. I hope they're listening. I hope we're all listening to each other. When I was elected for the first time in 2006, the Board of Internal Economy and the Services of the House of Commons did not have a software to help us in our constituency offices for managing constituent data. And here we are, 15 years later. We have an issue, which is that some firms have developed software at the request of some members or some parties. We have about 90,000 constituents it's really difficult to manage that data and information on paper. Maybe you can do it for the first year or two of being in office, but it really is necessary to have a good software to keep track of our constituency work and to offer better service and interactions to our constituents. Here's the thing. When one party developed a non-partisan software to manage constituency data, but also partisan data, and we've been told there's a firewall to keep these two aspects completely separate, and I hope that's true. I truly hope that's true. And in fact, most of the data for constituency work is not relevant for partisan matters. For voter outreach, it's really just about getting email addresses and cell phone numbers. The best way to reach our constituents is to go and see them or call them. There are less and less landlines. Canadians are using landlines less and less, and we all want Canadians and constituents' cell phone numbers. But why is there an American company involved here? There may be a reason. Here's an idea. Canada does not have a cell phone book, but the United States has a North America-wide cell phone book. It is illegal in Canada to obtain our constituents' cell phone numbers, and that also bears looking into, because Canadians are really using landlines less and less, so how come we're not supposed to have their cell phone numbers? Some members are burying their heads in the sand. In fact, in Canada, this cell phone issue is a real issue. How can we legally obtain Canadians' cell phone numbers? 90% of Canadians don't have landlines, and not all of those 90% will, in fact, want to give us their cell phones, so we won't reach them at all. But if we go through this American database, if a political party has access to all Canadians' cell phone numbers, well, that is currently against the law. And here we are going on a witch hunt, but actually, we are all faced with the same issue. We can't reach all our constituents. We can go door to door, that's fine. But if Canadians don't have landlines and they don't want to give us their cell phone numbers, well, we can't reach them. How are we going to reach them? What percent of constituents have cell phones? 95% of Canadians have cell phones. And how many Canadians have landlines? I don't know, 15, 20%. And that's where nonpartisan software comes into the picture. Members' services and the Board of Internal Economy should make this data available to all members of all political parties. This would be the only way to maintain independence between a party and its members. So the House should offer software for all members. And yes, it could have a firewall. When a party asks that a software be created to help manage constituency data, well, maybe we should do more to be able to have people's cell phone numbers or emails. I have grandchildren, and if I give them some rain boots, they'll go jump around in puddles and get really, really dirty. It'll be a huge mess. And we're kind of like that, we're just jumping around in a mess, and we don't look particularly clever. If we send this to the Board of Internal Economy, I think nothing will be done. This will end up on a shelf. We won't be able to solve the problem between now and the elections. We won't solve this in the next 2 years or even in the next 4 years. This is what we should be talking about. Many have said that these softwares need firewalls. Absolutely. But is it really the best solution to have 5 parties with 5 different software? I think that we should study this and maybe reach the conclusion that the House should provide members with software with this data. As for protecting the private nature of information in our constituency and constituent databases, that's our responsibility to ensure that the information is protected. Every time a constituent gives information to a member in order to help with a case or solve an issue, then the constituent has given that information to a member, not to a whole party. So we do, of course, need to ensure private, confidential information. What if there's a data leak? Well, the member in question would be responsible under the current system. I think that we need to really look into this for our constituents, for their sake. And we shouldn't just punt the responsibility down to one another. That's not how we're going to accomplish anything. We have really evolved from a digital standpoint. As I said, in 2006, when I started, we did all this on paper. But the House has never set up a constituents database, and it wouldn't be an easy task. Constituent data management is done within offices, and this is especially successful in offices which have had the same staffers working for 5, 10 years in a row who really understand the types of issues that come up. I think it could be a good idea. For example, sending Christmas cards. It used to take 2 months in 2006. Now it takes us 2 hours. We have some really solid software that's been developed over the years, not by the House of Commons, but by private firms and businesses. And this technology really saves a lot of time for us. I remember my staffers, spending 2 months sending out Christmas cards. And then the next year, 10 months later, they had to start the Christmas cards again. And it was not pleasant for them. Let's admit it. It wasn't the most stimulating task. So we need good tools for our staffers so that their work is pleasant. When there's high turnover of staffers, it's hard because it takes like a year or 2 to fully train a staffer so that they really understand how things work. Some staffers can solve many, many cases in one day. Constituency cases, sometimes a harder case will take a whole day. We need solutions altogether. I got into politics, I became an MP to help my constituents. And in order to do so, we need the right tools to offer service. I have quite a bit of experience, and over the years, I've learned a lot. An office has collective memory.
We are on the amendment. I know that you've ventured out a fair bit, but I just want to bring you back to the amendment. I know that we do have some other members on. We do have other members on the speaking list as well.
C'est pour ça que je
That's why I asked Ms. Shanahan to withdraw her amendment so that we can work on something a little bit better. If we send what we have today to the office, that won't really benefit anyone. The news headline will be that things aren't going well. It's, in fact, fake partisanship, and it's really sad. There is a problem. We can ignore the problem and play partisan games, or we can do a bit more work. We can look into what's acceptable for partisan purposes and what isn't. We can then ask the House of Commons to send us the right tools. Why should MP offices pay $30,000? You know, it ends up costing $3-4 million for software, and is it even the best software? Members had to look into their own software because the House didn't do it for them. But nobody asked members or members' offices to do so, but it was necessary. There's also the ethics of it. So what is the responsibility of the party and what is the responsibility of the member when it comes to protecting private information? There's a lot of private information in these databases, in the software we use, and MPs were the ones signing our names for protecting this data. The board could look into that.
Interrupt the conversation that's happening here, but we do have one additional member on the speaking list before we go to a vote. Madame Latanzio.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gould's comments were so interesting. I wish that you had spoken earlier in the meeting because the motion today is about more than the motion. And it's not an issue with one particular party. Can we thus really look into whether there's a problem, not only a problem related to what's raised in the motion, but also we should see what the SIMS is doing. We could look at all the different systems. So my amendment has two aspects. First, to refer to the Board of Internal Economy, which has the authority to undertake a study on this matter. Second part of my amendment, that we look into all these data systems. If you want a solution, well, I think this solution is fair, equitable, and transparent. When we see the wording, in the wording, there's mention of the mandate of the Ethics Committee. What is the mandate of our committee? What are our authorities? I will read it in French because last time I read it in English. So in the 8th subparagraph of our mandate, to formulate and propose initiatives as relates to access to information and protection of private information for all sectors of Canadian society, and as for ethics and values for public office holders and public office initiatives. In your colleague's motion, it is requested that Mr. Pitfield do appear and testify, but he is not a public office holder. And I would like to continue speaking, please. I listened attentively to many colleagues today. There seems to be a deal breaker about whether this is going to be one meeting or a few meetings. Do we really think that in one witness appearance, everything will be neatly accomplished? We know that that's not what happens. It hasn't happened historically. And we can't refer this to the House of Commons because the House of Commons is not sitting. So I'm having trouble understanding why colleagues are suggesting that we invite this witness to appear. And I don't understand why members feel that we will just invite this witness and deal with the whole matter expeditiously. We're told that we have nothing to hide. Well, no party, no member of this committee should have anything to hide. So let's be transparent. Let's be fair. Colleagues from other parties do not support my amendment. They want to stick with the original motion. A motion which would be to undertake a very broad study. There is no mention of a maximum of one meeting with witness testimony. And furthermore, the wording mentions a conflict of interest. And as Mr. Sarbera said, this is a total fishing expedition. This is We Charity version 2.0. We've done this all before. Let's really focus on Canadians and on issues that matter to Canadians. Why are we here having an emergency or almost an emergency meeting in July during the summer? And members seem to want to limit debate. And in fact, other parties seem to want to avoid being transparent because they don't want their systems and softwares looked into. I do want to collaborate and cooperate with my fellow members.
Okay, reminding colleagues that we are speaking to the amendment, and I know that there was a desire to move to a vote on the amendment, but I do have now Mrs. Shanahan on the list again, and I have Mr. Dong on the list again, and so we'll hear from Mrs. Shanahan first, and then Mr. Dong to follow.
Actually, mine is a point of order.
Oh, point of order, recognizing the point of order, Mr.
Thank
Dong.
you, Chair. When we originally heard about today's meeting, it's supposed to be between 11 to 1. And that's why I wasn't prepared. I didn't bring lunch, and I don't think any lunch was prepared. I was wondering if we can take a lunch break for half an hour.
Well, I'm the eternal optimist. I'm hopeful that we're very, very close to lunch for all of us, which means that we would get to the end of this this discussion, go to a vote, and then vote on the main motion. And then if there's a desire by members to then adjourn the meeting, we would adjourn the meeting and allow every member to go for lunch. So that's the effort that I'm going to make right now. I'm going to commit to you that I'm going to do everything in my power to get you to lunch as soon as possible. I'm going to hear from Ms. Shanahan, then I'm Mrs. Shanahan, and then I'm hopeful that we'll go we'll go to a vote.
Point of order. I have more to say too. I mean, just
okay. So then we'll
canvass
hear
the room and see if
we'll
agree to a short lunch.
We'll hear from Mrs. Shanahan, and then we'll hear from Mr. Dong, and then we'll go to a vote. and then we'll deal with the main motion. Mrs. Shanahan.
Okay, well, thank you, Chair. And I understand the desire of my colleague, and I think we all thought that we were going to get there. Puis en passant, j'ai trouvé très intéressant l'intervention de M. Gould parce que
Mr. Gould's comments were very relevant and interesting. He spoke very accurately and conveyed information which may be news to some Canadians. He brought up important matters. How could we reach a solution such as that? Well, that's why we have the Board of Internal Economy, which is very well placed to study that type of issue. I think it's thus entirely appropriate that our discussion today be referred to the Board of Internal Economy. The board is a very important decision-making body. Of course, we have other decision makers like the whip's offices, but at BOE, representatives of all parties can have very honest, important discussions about issues we are all seized with and find solutions. I fail to see what Mr. Pitfield has to do with any of this. Mr. Pitfield's only crime was being friends with Justin Trudeau when they were boys. Because of that, apparently, Mr. Pitfield should be faulted for being a businessman, for being a Liberal supporter, for living his life. What's next? Are we going to start drawing up lists of everyone who was ever friends with the Prime Minister? This is partisanship. This is a shining example of what partisanship is. And Mr. Gould, please be honest with me. I'm always honest with you. We heard witnesses in this committee. And why? The goal was to, try to get information from everybody and their mother, staffers and just ordinary Canadians, businessmen, business people, Conservative Party donors, whose crime was to have worked with a former MP or manufacturing ventilators for Canada's fight against COVID-19. So if we go down this way, where will it end? Are we going to start inviting volunteers to come in and testify? Are we going to have all sorts of random witnesses and ask them all sorts of questions? We need to do our work in this committee with integrity. Ms. Latanzio spoke to that recently. We need to do our work. That's what democracy is all about. We need to get out and talk to Canadians, talk to our voters in our ridings. We need to meet with people about projects, discuss initiatives, and we also need to convince people to vote for us. And in elections, there are highs and lows, and you have even more experience than I do with elections. When it's going really well, it's very exciting, but sometimes it's a really tight race, and it's really tight, and it's different. Many members here have experience with elections. Once someone is elected mayor or MLA or MP, they then have the role that they campaigned for because the elections are over once you're elected. You then have the roles and responsibilities of your office. ETHI is not the right group to be creating software. We're talking about house resources here. The Board of Internal Economy, for instance, should be creating resources, not us in ethics. We are now debating the amendment. My colleague, Mr. Fergus, made a really great suggestion. Canadians do want to know how this works. Things are way better on the COVID front now. It's not just a 1-dose summer, but a 2-dose summer. We might even be able to move on soon, focus on other things other than COVID. Mr. Fergus has left the meeting. He had other matters to attend to, but I really appreciated his suggestion that we give Canadians the opportunity to see how things work in political parties. Often there are misunderstandings, and people sort of mix up what a member does and what a party does. During my first few weeks in office in 2015, 2016, I met with constituents.
And that we are speaking to the amendment. I know there's temptation to go on to other subjects, but we are speaking to the amendment, and your colleague, Mr. Dong, would like an opportunity to speak, and then we're hoping to get to a vote, because I know that Mr. Dong would like to get out for lunch.
That is true. That is very true. Mais juste en passant, les gens pensaient que...
But, you know, people thought that one had to be a bloc member or an NDP to speak to former members, but now Liberals, and that's not what it is at all. Members are here for everyone.
Now, though, because this is the information we have, and this is the kind of thing, you know, it's a little bit in the sausage making of, we talk about the sausage making of legislation, but the sausage making of politics. But it's apparently, so someone referred to SIMS, and that's what I have in my amendment, that we want to add the study of the Constituent Information Management Database, which Mr. Barrett proudly says is completely paid for by the Conservative Party. But whoa, minute, lo, it's not Voter Information Management Database. It's Constituent Information Management Database. So the SIMS is to look at constituents and so paid for by the political partisan party, but used for the constituents in our offices where that information is and must be kept confidential at all times, as Mr. Gourde so well said. So the overall purpose of SIMS is an integrated voter management and targeting database used by the Conservative Party to target voters and donors, as well as overall campaign management. It's fully funded and managed by the Conservative Party of Canada. As the database is managed outside of Parliament, they use no outright parliamentary resources. However, they use the exact database without firewall to manage constituent cases. Now,
point of
some
order,
may
Chair.
say here...
Point of order, Chair.
Recognizing point of order, Mr. Barrett.
Yeah, that's not true. That system, it's been established in this meeting that system is not used in our offices, and in fact, Mr. McKinnon went on at great length about which system I use in my office, and it is not.
Colleagues.
Did Mr. McKinnon get appointed chair during my intervention?
I can barely hear Mr. Barrett's point of order because of the yelling of Mr. McKinnon. Mr. McKinnon, you'll come to order. Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Mr. Barrett.
Yeah. So, Chair, it was well established and by Mr. McKinnon himself that the software that we use in our offices, mine included, he even knew who it was and knew who owns it. I don't even know who owns the company that uses that. And Chair, and so Mr. McKinnon is not a regular at this committee. He might not realize how things work, but my understanding was that you were the chair and that he was very concerned about how thick people's skin was. I just wonder if he could be called to order. He seems very upset.
He's been called to order several times. And Ms. Shanahan, we'll turn to you.
Yeah, I'd just be interested then to have that study and have those contracts tabled so that Mr. Barrett
There's no contract
can
because
indeed
we don't use
prove
it.
that. Because it's been widely reported, it was widely reported in 2007 that SIMS is used not only to track voter allegiance in a given riding, something every political party attempts, but also a host of other data gathered in the course of an MP's constituency office duty. But the Conservatives use a single clearinghouse for all data collection, storage, data mining, mailing list, voter tracking, and any other partisan use such information may serve. And apparently there was a bit of a snafu there where the Prime Minister at the time, Stephen Harper, asked the Conservative Party to investigate allegations against embattled MP Eve Adams. She crossed the floor, a couple of times, yeah. Some Conservative Party members in the riding have been complaining of Adams' unauthorized use of their personal information contained in the party's SIMS database, Constituency Information Management System. This is from the National Post, by the way, when she's a member of Parliament who has no history with them on a personal level and does not represent them in Parliament. So that's what citizens were already complaining, that they were getting mail from this MP. And I can tell you, I was getting it from an MP, a Conservative MP, nothing to do with me. And that's reported there in the National Post. The Conservative...
Just a point of order on relevance, Chair.
Recognizing point of order on relevance, Ms. Shanahan has been asked several times to bring her comments. Speaking about a member of Parliament that crossed over to the Liberal Party from the Conservative Party is probably not relevant to the amendment. And so I'll ask the member to bring her comments to the amendment that's being discussed at the time.
Well, it is to the point of why we want to have the study of the SIMS program, so not just the CRM program of our party, but also the SIMS program, and that we want to have this done in the Board of Internal Economy. So that is my amendment. That is, and so we're talking about this has been controversial in the past. And in fact, I have far more on that. But you know what? Maybe a public meeting to discuss this would be the thing to do. Eh? Une réunion en public, la veille, toute la lessive.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
No,
Shanahan.
I'm continuing.
Okay.
Chair, I haven't yielded the floor. There was another complaint. The Toronto Star reported it, that there was a memo to Prime Minister Harper saying that some incumbent MPs want to have nominations held as soon as possible, including Rob Anders, who believes he can win if we open the contest. Now, it says, however,
Point of order,
once
Chair.
the nomination contest begins, an MP or his staff will no longer have access to the party database.
Point of order.
Yeah, Chair, so just on the subject of relevance, though I haven't heard the date of the article that's being referenced, it's got to be at least 14 years old. And so I would imagine it's a bit of a stretch to find that that's relevant when we're talking about a government that hasn't been in place for 6 years. We're talking about MPs who haven't been in office for nearly 2 decades. The amendment to the motion is a little more narrow in scope than perhaps the news recitation that we're getting from the member opposite.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Thank you, Mr. Recognizing a point of order, Mr. McKinnon, on the same point of order.
Mr. Barrett's very motion references media reports. We are here on the strength of media reports. Madam Shanahan, my colleague, is
Mr.
giving
McKinnon,
you
I will rule on this point of order. You've pointed out exactly why I have to rule against Ms. Shanahan, because we aren't discussing the main motion. We're talking about the amendment. And so I'd remind members...
Mr. Chair, if you permit me to finish my point of order.
I do have the floor. I've ruled against the point of order. I would ask Ms. Shanahan to come to order, to speak to the amendment, to allow for a vote, and for members to then be able to debate the motion as amended or not amended. Ms. Shanahan, on the amendment.
Well, Chair,
my colleague, Madam Shanahan, is now going through a number of examples of reports of usage of the database of the Conservative Party, and it's possible misuse as a constituency management tool, and that goes to the very name, and that I can't think of anything more relevant.
I have ruled on this, Mr. McKinnon. I have ruled,
Mr. Chair.
And this is debate that you're engaging in. Mrs. Shanahan, on the amendment.
well, Chair, I actually have far more to say, but, I can save it for another time because I am moving forward. It was Mr. Gourd that was telling us about the history, going back 15 years and how important this
yes, thank you, Mrs. Shanahan. You'll recall I brought him to order in the same way that I will other members. We are speaking on the amendment.
Indeed. And so, as I say, I have more incidents that indeed point to questions that can be asked about the party databases that are being used, apparently, with constituent data, and then that it's being turned around and being used for pre-campaign and could be campaign purposes. I think these are very legitimate questions that Canadians would have. I personally would prefer to see them dealt with in the BOI, where it can be dealt with very frankly, and so that we don't have all of this partisan theater that this committee has been subjected to almost from its beginning. But that is the amendment that we have before us. So I would welcome, actually, any of my colleagues, if they would like to support us on that amendment, if they want to offer a sub-amendment that we can support, then I say we're ready to study this question, as Mr. Fergus had generously offered before, something that would be substantive and that would certainly go a long way to reassuring Canadians that their private data is being handled correctly by political parties and, more importantly, by MPs, in the sense that this is what we're here in this capacity here, representing our constituents. But as I say, I have far more that I can go into, but I'm happy to save it for another meeting and, organize it all together and put that together. Because, some interesting things from the leadership campaign and, data contracts that are going back and forth and, who's a management consultant, who's not, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I offer yet again to opposition colleagues, if they want to study this. And actually, the more that I look at this material, the more I think it needs to be studied. So I thank Mr. Barrett and the members that signed the letter for bringing this to our attention, because, I think it's something. But we're waiting. We're on the amendment. Let's be open to sending this matter to BOI And if there's, appetite, I'm looking at my fellow members. I know someone's going to be speaking a little bit more fulsome than me. I never quite get all the words together, for an amendment or a sub-amendment, but, maybe someone else will have something to add to the discussion. So on that note, Chair, you can put me back on the speaking list because I'll pull this together. Thank you.
Mr. Dong, and then we have Mrs. Shanahan again on the speaking list. So, Mr. Dong.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've been listening to the conversations going back and forth, and I'm a little disappointed that my colleague MP Fergus' proposal to a solution has not received positive support from the opposite side. I said earlier that when I first saw the notice of meeting, I was saying to myself that if it's about process and procedure or members' code of conduct, I don't think this committee that we're sitting at right now has the mandate or to be the most appropriate to look into it. If it's about ethics or privacy, breach of privacy of our constituents, yes, then this is the right committee. But I think all members would agree that we should look at the practice of all member of parliaments, their constituency office. And I appreciate Mr. Barrett point out that he maybe use a different service than the other members. But I'm still confused as to how opposition collectively, caucus-wise, do they use one service, or like how do they tackle the difference of different software and still be able to share information to serve their constituents? So I think if it's about privacy protection, then we should be looking at all members' constituency office practice. But nevertheless, that here we are. We're here to discuss the use of NGP, VAN, and data science by the Liberal caucus members. As some members point out, there was reported on recently. However, I want to reiterate that the article has spoken about more than just Liberal members' usage of data. But I want to assure all the viewers that since day one, our caucus has always strived to have members of parliament that are subservient and accountable to their constituents. And with hundreds of thousands of constituents per riding, this is not a simple task. Effectively managing constituency casework, outreach programs, and communication is often a complicated task. And I heard from Monsieur Gord saying that it was more manual in terms of managing constituency casework. I too had that experience when I was working as a junior staff at a local constituency office for a federal member. It was all paper and faxes. Right now, just with the amount, and especially during the pandemic, it's just not possible to perform a very efficient work for your electors. But, I think having effective data management and technical infrastructure is critical to the work that member of parliament need to do. In fact, this digital
Mr. Dong,
infrastructure.
I hate to interrupt you, but it seems like your comments are more suited for the debate with regards to the motion and not the amendment. Did you have comments with regards to the amendment?
It's coming up.
Let's maybe fast forward to that part. I know that you're hungry and want to get out. And
I was speaking for all members. That's why I asked
and
for
certainly,
a break
well,
for
those members might want lunch too. So
I see. So
if you move to the part where you're talking about the amendment, then colleagues will be able to hear that, and then it'll allow, because I suspect that once the the motion, if it's been amended or not, you'll have some words on that. So maybe save these comments for that point, but maybe move to the portion that you'd like to discuss the amendment.
Thank you, Chair, and I do have a bit more to say. So with that point, I wonder if we can canvass the committee members and see if we can take half an hour break before I go on, finish my remarks.
I'm not getting any other request other than from you on that matter.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Mr. Dong, I have heard from several that would like to go to the vote.
Okay.
So if we'd like to, well, maybe I'll canvass members. Is there any support to move to the vote on the amendment? Would any members like to do that? Yeah. I mean, okay.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Polls
Yes.
no.
Getting a lot of support for the vote.
Yeah, I do have the floor.
Mr. Dong,
Chair.
we'll
Thank
turn to you. It's not unanimous support, but a lot of support for moving to a vote.
But I think it's very critical that not only on this side that we use digital infrastructure, but I hear that the Conservative, NDP, Bloc, Green Party members also support large database that will help them to manage their constituency work. We live in a country with 37 million people. I know that the Conservatives aren't fond with the idea of helping, constituents, and otherwise they would have recalled this committee for other purposes. Because I want to again point out the fact that this meeting is not a regularly scheduled meeting; it's a special meeting being called by opposition members based on what was reported in media, and I think it's fair. For Canadians to have, some concerns on the issues of privacy, on the issues of procurement for service, as it would be appropriate for parliamentarians to use our resource for the purpose of serving constituents. But in order to make sure that we are all able to continue our constituency work in such a way that is ethical and not an abuse of parliamentary resource, which is why the service provided by NGP VAN are completely separate from the operation of Liberal List. We've heard that this is a program used for election purposes. They're completely separate. I understand and respect the rules around the separation of party from parliamentarian, and we still thrive to be the best caseworker for our constituents. Using the NGP VAN also has the advantage of being familiar to many members and staffers in terms of layout, format, and usability. Thanks to the use of Liberal List during the campaign that many incoming staff are familiar with, how the program functions and how it works, it kind of helped them to get on with software that they've gone familiar with, but with a complete different set of data, which is very important. I need to stress that there is a fair bit of firewall. We've heard a fair bit of restriction built to protect the privacy of constituents, which I hold dear to my heart. And of course, it would be, the dereliction of duty, or dereliction of duty if this committee were to ignore the Conservative Party's behavior on this issue, such as, we are very much aware that, Mr. Barrett talked about that his management organization in his constituency office may be different from his colleagues, but I would like to remind the committee that in 2007, there was discovery of gross misuse of constituency information management database by the then government held by the Conservative Party. That was an incident in which the Conservative Party of Canada used their constituency database to send voter information straight to their party apparatus, a party which would be fighting an election in the very next year. To put that in contrast to the meeting that we're having today, the Conservatives are accusing, or some of the Conservative members, I don't like to use, big names and that taxed everybody, but some Conservative members are accusing that we on this side of using the same company to separately manage constituency work and the campaign work. By contracts, the Conservative or some Conservatives decide to use the same companies for constituency work and for campaigning, for election purposes. Canadians that would go to their Conservative or some of their Conservative members of Parliament looking for service, looking for help that is offered by their office, their CO, had their information sent straight to the Conservative Party and its election machine. This dishonest practice was prominently featured in the media and was also reported on by former Conservative member of Parliament and Conservative officials. The former Conservative MP, Garth Turner, reported on this practice when he left the Conservative Party in 2006. He said that the party had been using constituency casework that had been collected by a Conservative member of Parliament. And there were lots of evidence to support the allegation of this malpractice. In 2006, several individuals made complaints about receiving, Rashi Shahana's greeting from the Prime Minister Stephen Harper, despite not being Jewish. Later, Conservative MP Cheryl Grant.
Recognizing a point of order, Mr. Barrett.
Chair, I believe you already ruled on a point of order dealing with the exact same subject matter that Mr. Dong is referencing. If it was to be referenced, briefly as part of making a bigger case, that's why I didn't raise the point earlier. But it seems to be that that it will make up the substance or the bulk of what he's offering. And again, we're digging some dry holes here, I think, to repurpose Mr. McKinnon's phrase. Mr.
Dong, I would encourage you to move to the Mr. McKinnon. Please come to order. Please come to order, Mr.
I'm making
McKinnon.
A point of order, Mr. Chair.
I didn't recognize a point of order yet, Mr. McKinnon. Point of order.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci de m'accorder.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me the same privilege, which seems that Mr. Barrett has on a random basis. He can interrupt MPs who are giving speeches. Yes, it seems that it is disturbing to Mr. Barrett for Mr. Dong to repeat and to provide founded allegations of misguided use of a software by the Conservative Party, and he's interrupting through points of order. He's interrupting my colleague who has the right to speech. And Mr. Chair, I would like you to give Mr. Dong the floor so that he could finish what he was saying, because I'm sure that we want to hear the end of his intervention.
The moment is Mr. McKinnon. So thank you for finishing your point of order, Mr. Dong. We will now hear from you, but I would encourage you to draw us a link to the amendment
I think
in
the
your statements.
link is pretty obvious.
Well, Mr. Dong, it hasn't been obvious to members at this table. And so if you struggle to make the links, then I may rule it out of order. So I would ask that you would seek to speak to the amendment specifically.
Thank you, Chair. And to me, the core essence of the amendment is that to show that the Conservative member, their service or their usage or their decision on acquiring service from providers that previously donated to the party is also quite concerning as well. So therefore, I think the essence of the amendment is to invite their service providers, if the motion is set out to correct some, bad behaviors, if you would, or misuse of public fund, I think we should be looking at all members of parliament. I said in my previous opportunity, I share with the committee some of the numbers that, the facts, according to a member's report, that Mr. Barrett, that the service that his office acquired and their linkage with the Conservative Party, their donations. I have a few more to share with the committee and the public. So I was going to save it for later, but if you, the chair, respectfully, I've heard you, and you indicated I should get to the point. And my point is that according to some of these public information, I think there's quite a bit of reason why we should also hear from service providers to the Conservative Member of Parliament. Gerald Soroka also has a license contract with Momentum BPO, and we've heard that their leadership is a very generous donor to the Conservative Party. And, that's quite recent, 2020, November 5th, value at $2,200. Rosa Mary Falk, Momentum BPO Inc.
Mr. Dong,
Point of order. Madame Gaudreau. So we're talking about an amendment, a very specific amendment. Can we stick to it? Because we could spend 3 days here. And I agree, it's interesting, it's important. But I think we should focus here. I think we should get to an option here.
For the benefit of committee members, because maybe I'm missing the connection, could you draw the connection between Momentum Inc. and the amendment that we're considering?
Sure. I said earlier in my previous opportunity of speaking, I said the Momentum has made contributions to the Conservative.
Momentum is not mentioned in the amendment at all. If you'd like to bring in an additional amendment or a sub-amendment at some point, that might be relevant, but I'm ruling it out of order. Mr. Dong, the discussion with regards to Momentum is not indicated in the amendment, and so I'm ruling it out of order.
Are they not a service provider to a Conservative Member of Parliament?
I'm ruling that because it's not mentioned in the amendment.
But if
Mr. Dong, I have ruled.
I'm not challenging you.
I have ruled, and I appreciate that agreement. So let's move on to subject material.
Appel au règlement, Monsieur le Président.
Point of order.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. McKinnon, we are here because Mr. Barrett and others seems to have alleged that there is a mixing up of data that between the databases that we use for our constituents and for voters.
Are you challenging the chair, Mr. McKinnon?
Mr.
McKinnon, are you challenging the chair?
I would note, Mr. Chair, that you are not affording Mr. Dong the latitude.
Mr. McKinnon,
that you
are
afforded,
you
for example, Mr. Gord.
are you challenging the chair, Mr. McKinnon?
I am indeed, Mr.
Okay, we'll move to a vote on the challenge of the chair. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll call.
On the question that the chair's ruling be sustained, Mr. Dong.
I didn't hear the actual challenge. Oh, the ruling of Mr. McKinnon's out of order. Is that the question?
The question is, do you support the chair's ruling or not?
I always support the chair. Oh, I said earlier, in my remarks, I'm not here to challenge the chair. I'm not debating with the chair. So if your question is, am I here to challenge the chair? My answer is no. I don't know why opposition members find it so amusing.
The chair's ruling be sustained.
No, he said it before. He said, I'm not challenging the chair.
We're in the middle of Madam Clerk.
So the question is that the chair's ruling be sustained. Mr. Dong.
Thank you. And I do want to say that I want to thank MP McKenna's intervention. I think he obviously sees the connection there.
I do apologize, Mr. Dong. This is not a time we can speak or debate. We've moved to a vote. Mr. McKinnon forced a vote, and so we will now move to the vote. It's yay or nay.
That's to challenge the chair, not on vote on the amendment. Is that correct?
That the chair's ruling be sustained.
Yes.
Mr. Aria.
No.
Ms. Latancia.
No.
Ms. Shanahan.
No.
Mr. McKinnon. Mr. Barrett.
Yay.
Dr. Carey.
Yay.
Monsieur Gould.
Oui.
Madame Gaudreau.
Oui.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Oui.
Yeas pour 6, nays contre 4.
Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Dong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I know exactly what I was voting for, and I just want to repeat again. I have my point to make. I'm not here to challenge the chair, but I do want to say I appreciate my colleagues' intervention, and obviously, Mr. McKenna sees the connection, a clear connection between the evidence I'm presenting and the point I'm making. And hopefully, my opposition colleagues do see that point as well. Understand why it's very important that we need to call in not just service provider of Liberal caucus members, but also the Conservative caucus members. I heard my colleague, Mr. Fergus, that tried to bring a solution that, and that would really serve Canadian in terms of shine a light on what's going on between these service providers and the contracts and parliamentarians. And I'm obviously open to that. I was ready to support his proposal that Canadians had the right to know when they elect an MP, how are their privacy being protected, how the database is being managed, what is the requirement when it comes to procuring these services, and who, quite honestly, makes these decisions, and who is, whenever there is a need, will be going there and fine tuning all these requirements so taxpayers' dollar is respected. I think the public needs to know, and I think if you go canvass your respective riding and ask your voters that, hey, should we just be looking at the Liberal MPs because we think that they're using public funds for partisan reasons? I think they'll tell you that every MP should be looked at. And so it's unfortunate that my friend and good colleague MP Fergus' proposal was not supported. But I'm here to ask, obviously NDP colleague and and Bloc colleague to consider the amendment. To consider the amendment and bring service providers for the Conservative MPs as well. So at least we have a broader scope. If you see that this fits in the mandate of this committee, if that's honestly what you believe, then we should do something constructive. And hopefully at the end of the questioning or the study, and I know that one meeting is being talked about, but I don't think it's going to end in one meeting. But at the end of that study, we have something constructive to move forward. So when you go back to your writing, when people ask, "Oh, what happened to the study?" and you can say, "We provide recommendation A, B, C, D," and that we will improve the system. If at the end it's just to prolong the news story and giving more material to attack the ruling party or the governing party, I think then public will see through that. We've heard many my colleagues talked about that this is preparation by the Conservative preparation of a election, a year election, and they assume that there will be a year election. I haven't heard the calling from my leader or a writ drop. This is sort of a preparation to it, and let's create some news story using public dollar. I hope the Bloc member and the NDP member will see through that and not be supportive of it. And if we indeed here to have some value of today's meeting and the future meetings, let's call in a few more service providers. Then we can compare the difference. Thank you, Chair. I'll see the floor.
Thank you. We have Mrs. Shanahan and Mrs. Latanzio on the speaking list. Mrs. Shanahan.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank my good friend, Mr. Dong, for his remarks. And, I'm always gratified to see, that on this side, certainly the people that I've gotten to know over the past years, there's a lot of different trains of thought. There's certainly a range of where members on this side want to go when we're talking about changes to the standing orders, when we're talking about how we can do things better here in politics. And as I've already indicated, that cat's out of the bag. I guess I'm what you call more of a blue liberal, and I'm on more of that side of the street. But I am very much, as I say, gratified to see members such as Mr. Dong and Mr. Fergus, for whom I have great respect, who are very experienced in the political life. That we can move forward. We can actually come together. I actually had my doubts with some of the things that I witnessed here, especially in this current Parliament. But that hope springs eternal, and that's really where the amendment that I have proposed is coming from, and what it seeks to achieve is that we can discuss, and it's very possible that some members, when people come in, they're brand new, and you're looking for direction from colleagues from caucus and so on. And it is possible that members, regardless of political party, may have not been aware. If they were asked by their whip or their party leader to sign a contract that would impact their expenses on their MOB, as we call it, there in their House of Commons budget, and of course this is public information now. Our expenses are made public, and that was, I believe, and I'm looking for a nod, was that not our leader that when he was leader of the third party who started that practice, which quickly became public, certainly all parties had to adopt it, or they, questions would be asked why they didn't want to disclose their House of Commons expenses. So that is how we have them now public. And as a former banker and so on, I certainly appreciate that kind of transparency. So we are going in that direction, which is why, I'm like open at this point. I think that this is most appropriately studied in the Board of Internal Economy. But if we want to have a fulsome study, as my colleague Mr. Fergus suggested, of all parties in public, it could be very educational. Because as I say, I don't know, and I hesitate to use personal names, but please bear in mind, Mr. Chair, it's not us who called this meeting today. It's not us that are naming the names of an individual citizen and wanting to drag that person in front of this committee. But if we're going to go there, then there are members that have been paying, and that's what my colleague Mr. Dong was referring to, that have been paying for contracts, and it's public knowledge. So Tony Baldinelli of Niagara Falls is paying Momentum as well.
Point of order, Chair.
Recognizing the point of order.
Chair, the committee voted, in fact, on your ruling on this very specific item. There was a chair challenge initiated by Mr. McKinnon. We voted on that, and it's highly disrespectful and disruptive that members are now contravening the will of this committee and an order of the chair. And so, if that organization was named in Ms. Shanahan's motion, it would have been a different story, I suppose. But now she's not even talking about her own motion, and it's against both the ruling of the chair and a vote of this committee.
I made it very clear, Ms. Shanahan, because we have exhaustively debated this amendment, that all comments thus moving forward must pertain to the amendment. And so the comments about other contracts that have to do with other business that are not named in the amendment will be ruled out of order. And so it asks that, and of course the member knows the amendment because she drafted it. And so I would encourage the member to move to the relevant information with regards to the amendment.
Point of order, Chair.
Recognizing a point of order, Mr. Dong.
Thank you. And when I was listening to your ruling, there was a very important part, I think wasn't repeated by Mr. Barrett, is that you said that it wasn't relevant to the amendment. However, it is relevant to the main motion. So these information that Ms. Shanahan is bringing forward can't wait till later.
I encourage members to always support me, and I am thankful for the support, Mr. Dong. But I think we got to the bottom of that as it pertains to the amendment. So, Ms. Shanahan, with regards to the amendment, I'd ask that you move to speak to the amendment.
Indeed, and
recognizing a point of order.
Mr. Chair, I've been listening carefully to what Mr. Dong said, Mr. McKinnon's earlier intervention, and Ms. Shanahan's talk on this. When I'm going through these amendment wordings, that the issue of SIM system, which facilitates partisan election-related actions to be taken from constituency office and parliamentary office, because it refers to the actions taken at constituency office. So while discussing that, it is possible that the organizations involved in that is relevant. So there is no...
I have ruled with regards to this. I'm hopeful that we can get through this without another chair challenge. And so I'd ask that Ms. Shanahan move to the discussions with regards to the amendment. Mr. Shanahan. Thank you for your intervention. I'll take it under advisement.
No,
but,
related to that.
I do apologize, but I do want to move to Ms. Shanahan's.
And Mr. Chair, just a small clarification.
The floor is not yours. If you'd like to get to the speaking list, we can do that, but the floor is Ms. Shanahan's. Mrs. Shanahan.
Thank you, Chair, because actually I we've been learning a lot of information during this meeting, and peut-être on peut continuer.
Maybe we can keep going. We can learn much more because
concern, and Mr. Gourde pointed to that. It's more and more difficult now to get contact information and so on. And again, this points to how important it is to have to direct this question to the Board of Internal Economy. The fact that there's major Conservative Party donors that receive thousands of dollars of licensing contracts. Maybe members don't know. Maybe the individual members of whom I have the names here, which are public, do not know that that's the case, and they may prefer, as Mr. Barrett mentioned, to hire a different company. And so this is something that we could certainly explore in the vein of Mr. Gourde. Would it be something that is more neutral? I think that there's something there, and I believe that the other parties here, the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, I think would benefit also from an exploration of data management. Yes, and if anyone wants to suggest a sub-amendment that would bring us to some place where we can study this question fulsomely, I certainly would welcome hearing that. But on that, I think there's room for further discussion on the issue that is coming before us. The fact that there's that there are a number of databases used by all party members, and that it is the place of the Board of Internal Economy, I think, to study that. So thank you, Chair, and I now cede the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. Latanzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on the intervention of my colleague, Mr. Dong, and quite recently my colleague, Ms. Shanahan, I think that Mr. Dong was making his points, and with your intervention, Mr. Chair, I understand that, it was going on beyond the scope of the amendment, and so therefore the suggestion was, could there be a sub-amendment? So in light of everything that's been discussed this afternoon, and to be able to cover what we've sent from this side of the fence in terms of saying, if we want to be transparent, then let's look at, the data, from all members of Parliament. I mean, we want to be transparent, and let's look at it all, because I think that, today we came in with one idea, and as we keep talking, we keep discovering more and more information that, perhaps Canadians ought to know. I mean, I'm coming to that conclusion now. We want to keep it very brief, but I'm sort of, coming to the conclusion that there's so much more information out there that maybe could be of interest to the Board of Internal Economy to examine. So here's my sub-amendment, Mr. Chair. So you will recall the paragraph amended by my colleague, Ms. Shanahan. So I would, if you want to follow in terms of when the second paragraph, when it says that the issue of the SIMS system, I would add, and that all providers of data services to members of Parliament, and then I would continue, which facilitates partisan election-related actions to be taken from constituency offices and Parliament Hill offices to determine if they are in compliance with the rules set out by the board. Also be, and I would add, be examined and be referred to the BOIE, the Board of Internal Economy. Is that okay?
Are you able to send that to the clerk?
I will. I'm just I handwritten it. I'm going to type it out and send it over to you.
Well, we will suspend for until such time as that's been circulated to members in both official languages. Meeting suspended. On the sub-amendment, we're debating the sub-amendment, and I have two speakers on the speaking list, Mr. Area, Mrs. Shanahan, then we'll have Madame Goudreau,
Can I have
Mr.
a point of
Carey.
order?
Recognizing a point of order, Mr. Carey.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just wondering, I've read the sub-amendment, and I was just wondering, how, like, I understand the Liberal strategy here. The original motion that brought us in today was talking about a study on the conflict of interest related to taxpayer-funded contracts with data sciences, and the committee do invite Mr. Pitfield to appear. Basically, it seems we're getting further and further away from that. We're talking about everything else but this, and it seems every time the Liberals have an opportunity, it just brings it further and further. Now we're debating a sub-amendment. I was just wondering if it's actually in order with what we're talking about with the original motion that we have on the table.
Well, I'll leave it to members to determine how far a distance they feel it is from the original. But I have said it before, and I'll say it again, that it is while there have been times where things have been referred to committee, to subcommittees of that committee, or to the House, it would be unprecedented for a committee to tell another committee what to do, and I suspect that it would be met with some resistance from that committee. I'm not sure that I know we do not have any authority over that committee. We cannot tell another committee what to do. And so you are correct that this is unusual. I've allowed it, and will allow members to use their discernment to determine if or not they want to set the precedent of committees telling other committees what to do.
Very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that.
We have Mr. Area on the speaking list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The sub-amendment proposed by my colleague is very relevant because the main motion was on the management of the constituency officers, and the amendment moved by my other colleague referred to another party's system of managing the constituency office operations. And the sub-amendments, in fact, makes very clear that we have to take an overall approach and look at every single member of parliament, how they manage the constituency office operations, how the taxpayer-funded operations are, whether it's partisan or not, and it allows us to have a good overall look. However, in my view, it is the committee best suited to study this is the Board of Internal Economy. And that's Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to have Mrs. Shanahan, and then we have Madame Goudreau.
Thank you, Chair. And so I'm just reviewing the sub-amendment as referred to Mrs. Latanzio, that the issue of contracts related to data sciences be referred to the BOIE, that the issue of the SIMS system and all providers of services to members of Parliament, because we don't know all the names of the providers, so all providers of services to members of Parliament, which facilitates partisan election-related actions to be taken from constituency offices and Parliament Hill offices to determine if they are in compliance with the rules set out by the board, also be examined and referred to the BOIE. And I do have a question, Chair. Are we still in the overall amended motion, and maybe the clerk can read it out to us? Do we still have the public meeting in there? I'm just curious.
No words have been removed. Your amendment simply inserted your full text into the word between the words "that" and "pursuant," and then the sub-amendment didn't remove any words either. So all the words that were there at the beginning are now on the word are still there. They've just simply been added to.
Okay, so that's interesting that members, for all members here to know that we're still dealing with a public component of this study as well. I find this sub-amendment, again, very interesting because to take that study of all the different political parties, of the software that they use and the practices that we have in our constituency offices in Parliament Hill, I think that will be very useful if there is one part in public and then part of it at the Board of Internal Economy. And I think we can, as we know, different committees will work on different aspects of a problem, and it can inform another committee when the work has already been undertaken elsewhere. I'm not always in favor of that. I do like everyone to stay in their lane, but we can see that there's that flexibility in the parliamentary system, right? That we are authors of of the work that we do here, as are other committee members when they are there. So on that note, and in the interest of time, I move that this meeting do here be adjourned.
There is a non-debatable motion with regards to the adjournment of this committee meeting. Pardon me. I do apologize.
Ajournement ou suspension?
Are we adjourning or suspending? Which are we talking about here?
To adjourn the meeting, not to suspend the meeting, but to adjourn the meeting. And so
Quelle est la différence?
That would be...
What is the difference?
And this meeting would cease to happen. A suspension would allow the committee to come back at a later period of time. But it is an adjournment vote, and so we will ask the clerk to read through the roll call with regards to the adjournment.
Mr. Dong. Mr. Aria.
Yes.
Ms. Latanzio.
Yes.
Ms. Shanahan.
Yes.
Mr. McKinnon.
Oui.
Mr. Barrett.
Nope, it's a cover-up.
Dr. Carey.
Nope.
Monsieur Gould.
No.
Madame Gaudreau.
Oui.
Monsieur Bouleris. Oh. Mr. Chair, yeas pour 6. Nays count 3.
Colleagues, meeting is adjourned.
you.